All right, Alex, you can kick us off.
Thank you, Lita. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's 9:01 a.m. It's Wednesday, the 15th, and it's the P&T Committee and DUR Board. My name is Alex Park. I'm your committee chair. And I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order and convene our business for the day. First order of business is to do roll call and ensure that we have all our attendees. When I call your name, could you please let us know that you're here by saying here or present? And we also have 3 new members today. So when I call your name, in addition to announcing your presence, please feel free. We invite you to give a short introduction of yourself. So starting with the P&T committee members, Laura Best.
Present.
Thank you. Virginia Bucola.
Here. Good morning.
Good morning. Kavita Chawla, I believe, is not able to attend today. Michael Corsilis.
Here.
John McKay.
Here.
And Dmitry Davidov. Dr. Davidov, we welcome you to the committee.
Thank you. Present. Dr. Dmitry Davidov, psychiatrist and chief medical officer for Comprehensive Life Resources, Community Mental Health Center agency in Pierce County, Washington.
Great to have you. Thank you. And Kevin Flynn, we welcome you to the committee.
Here. My name is Kevin Flynn. I am the Director of Pharmacy Purchasing for the University of Washington Medical System.
Welcome. And Christy, is it Weiland or Wieland?
That's correct. It's Weiland. Yeah, present. Good morning. My name is Christy Weiland. I work with Multicare. I'm the faculty pharmacist at East Pierce Family Medicine Residency.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Moving on to the Healthcare Authority members, Laura Crocker.
Present.
Good morning. Luke Dearden.
Here.
Lita Vasquez.
Here.
Amy Irwin. Is Amy Irwin with us?
No, she's not joining us today. Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, thanks, Donna. Ryan Pistoresi.
I don't think Ryan's here either.
Okay. Liz Punsalan.
Here.
Donna Sullivan, I think I heard your name.
Yep, I'm here.
I heard your voice. Marissa Tabile.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Ryan Takatomo.
Morning, I'm here.
Thank you. And Joey Zarate.
Good morning.
Good morning. From Labor and Industry, Jamie Mai.
Here.
Morning. From the DURP group, Sarah Kennedy.
She might be joining a little bit later since her presentation starts later.
That's right. The DURP part for CGP is a little bit later. Okay. The indefatigable Umang Patel from Magellan.
Present.
Good morning. And we have our MCO managed care representatives. I'll read off the names of the folks who might be with us here. Greg Seamus from Molina Healthcare, Heidi Goodrich from Molina Healthcare, Petra Eichelsdorfer from United, Omar Dowd from Community Health Plan of Washington, and Jeffrey Natividad from Community Health Plan of Washington. Lita, would you like to go over some meeting logistics?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. So for today, the committee and presenters can mute and unmute themselves. Please mute yourself when not speaking to limit background noise. For presenters, please share your webcams when presenting, and committee, please share your webcams during discussions and motion considerations. For stakeholder participation, the chair will read the list of stakeholder names who pre-registered to speak first. Please raise your hand so we can find you and unmute you. After, the chair will ask if there are any other stakeholders. Use the raise hand function and we will call on you and unmute you. Each stakeholder will have 3 minutes. You can also use the Q&A box and we'll address your questions during the stakeholder time. We'll be turning off the chat for stakeholders when the stakeholder testimony time is over, so the committee can make their motion uninterrupted. If we have a provider testify about their patients, they must disclose if they practice in Washington and if they accept Medicaid clients, and any must say if it's a Medicaid member. And lastly, the meeting is being recorded, so please state your name every time you speak. Back to you, Alex.
Thank you, Lita. I'll turn it over to you, Donna. I believe the next item is going over the P&T committee process.
And I am pulling up those slides.
I was just asking you. So welcome, everyone. I'm Donna Sullivan. I'm the Chief Pharmacy Officer here at the Healthcare Authority. So I just wanted, every February, we usually go through the DUR board process overview, just as a reminder and a refresher course about the program. And if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me and ask them during the presentation. So we can go to the next slide, Lita. So just some roles and responsibilities. I just introduced myself. We also have Ryan Pistoresi, who's the Assistant Chief Pharmacy Officer. He has joined us after Alex called roll call. But Ryan manages our public employees and school employees pharmacy policy benefit design program, along with Luke Dearden, who's also on the call. He oversees clinical policy development, and then he is our representative on the Drug Effectiveness Review Project, not the governance board. So he attends all of the monthly meetings and represents Washington in any voting opportunities that the states have for doing research with DUR. Lita is our ArrayRx operations manager. She coordinates all of the P&T committee meetings, including the contracts with the committee members, makes all the meeting logistics happen. She also manages the posted Washington preferred drug list that's online. She reviews that each quarter, and we update it each quarter. And then she oversees and manages the cost analysis process that the state goes through once the committee has made their decisions. Next slide. Amy Irwin, who's not able to join us today. She's our Medicaid operations manager. So she's really in charge of our Medicaid fee-for-service pharmacy operations program. We manage our fee-for-service program in-house. So essentially we run our own pharmacy benefit management company, if you will, in-house. She also oversees our Medicaid managed care plans. So if there's any concerns we have with the managed care plans, if you're having, access issues with your patients or PDL questions about the managed care plans, those can go to Amy. And then she also assists with data submission for the cost analysis. Marissa Tabili is the Apple Health PDL GUR manager. She is the one who makes the decisions on a weekly basis as new drugs come to market. And then she's also the one that will be going through the motions with you for the Apple Health PDL. We have Luke Dearden, who is a clinical pharmacist, who helps us with, developing clinical policies. So on occasion, you'll hear from Luke when he's presenting the policy that he's working on. Ryan Takatomo, also clinical pharmacist, again, assists with clinical policies. Also helps us determine which drugs get carved out of the managed care plan every 6 months when we update the managed care contract. We have Joey Zarati, who is the PDL coordinator. So he is helping, he compiles the list of new drugs to market each week as well, and then sends those off to Marissa for a clinical decision on those. He also works to configure our point of sale system when we're making changes to the PDL or when we have to add new drugs as they come to the market to make sure that they're covered correctly. Next slide. Jamie Mai, who's the pharmacy director for labor and industries. We have Doug Tuman, who is the backup to Jamie for the prescription drug program. And then Christy Pham, who is also a pharmacist representing the labor and industries program and is responsible for the PDL changes. So just some background on the program itself. In 2003, the legislature created the Washington Prescription Drug Program. It directed us to create an evidence-based program, which is why we have contracted with DURP. The program itself is a coordinated effort between the two state agencies, but Healthcare Authority has its public employees program, so the Uniform Medical Plan and Medicaid participating in the WPDP, and then Labor and Industries Workers' Compensation Program also participates in the prescription drug program. So our preferred drug list for Washington is a subset of each program's overall formulary or preferred drug list. It's only about 35 classes. And the goal was really, when it was originated, is to develop a statewide evidence-based preferred drug list to control costs. And we'll go into a little bit more about that, how it's evolved over time later. Next slide. So there's several components, the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee, the Washington Preferred Drug List. There's an endorsing practitioner therapeutic interchange program. That's a mouthful. We'll go into that later. Array RX, which is formerly the Northwest Prescription Drug Consortium. And then the Apple Health Pharmacy Policy Unit and the Apple Health PDL. So our committee is made up of 10 members. We have our membership based on the federal Medicaid requirements for our DUR board. It has, the committee is comprised of 4 physicians, 4 pharmacists, a physician assistant, and 1 advanced nurse, advanced registered nurse practitioner. We meet by statute or by WAC, we meet at least quarterly, but we typically schedule 6 meetings a month or a year, each of them being the even months. It's the 3rd Wednesday of every even month, with this one being the first one for this year. And then we review drugs for inclusion on the Washington PDL, and that's the P&T committee portion. So there is a distinction between the P&T committee and the DUR board, and I believe there's slides on that later, so I'll get into that. But it's a very unique distinction between the Washington PDL and the Apple Health PDL. So next slide. So the roles and responsibilities, we have a chair and vice chair that are selected by members, and it's a 2-year term. So the chair is the executive officer of the committee. They supervise and control the business of the committee and preside over the meetings. The vice chair will perform all duties of the chair if the chair is absent. Committee members are required to fill out an annual conflict of interest form. We will provide you, prior to each meeting, reports from, and I apologize, it's garbage day and the garbage man just showed up here if you can hear background noise. Review reports prepared by the Drug Effectiveness Review Project that compare evidence of a drug safety and efficacy and use in special populations. So the DUR, the DURP program, they will compile all of the literature from a certain time period, and they evaluate, grade the evidence, and compile that into a report, which we will get into more detail later. The committee determines, after reviewing the reports, you'll determine, if drugs are safe and efficacious, or if they're able to be interchanged. For example, I'm just going to use an old example like proton pump inhibitors. Are they, they're pretty much the same. It doesn't really matter which proton pump inhibitor you try, and so they can be interchanged. So if the doctor wrote for, Prilosec and the preferred was Prevacid, it could be interchanged on the PDL. So the next slide, please. So really with the P&T committee for the Washington PDL is considering the quality of evidence that's available at the time of review. So the quality of evidence as provided in the DURP report. And we're really asking you to only consider information that is included in the DURP report because that's been graded and evaluated. So any information coming from outside of the DURP report, we you can consider as whether or not we should update the report, but it shouldn't be used in decision-making for the purposes of the Washington PDL. And really that's because it hasn't been evaluated and graded for, risk of bias and, whether it's low, high, or medium quality of evidence. We want you to evaluate the efficacy and safety from the provider and patient perspectives from your experience with your practices. Produce explicit recommendations based on the review. So typically we'll recommend that they are safer and efficacious. Occasionally, if there's one that might be more effective or one that might be less safe within a particular class, the committee is able to make a specific recommendation for that particular drug. But in general, the committee's making recommendations about the overall drug class and its relative safety and efficacy and interchangeability within that drug class. We ask that you evaluate the drugs in a manner free of bias. Again, emphasizing that the best evidence is in the DURP report. We review direct evidence that addresses health outcomes rather than intermediate outcomes. And we're really looking at, a clinically meaningful benefit rather than just a measure such as, the ability to lower LDL cholesterol versus, reducing cardiac outcomes, adverse cardiac outcomes. And then again, consider harms and benefits of the drugs that are reviewed. So the DURP, Drug Effectiveness Review Project, is a collaborative of 13 states and specifically Medicaid programs or public pharmacy programs. Again, they've produced these evidence-based reports, and the states that are currently participating are listed on the slide. States do come and go at times. We were up to 16 states at one point in time. But we do have a pretty set core of states that have been within the Drug Effectiveness Review Project really since the beginning. Oregon, Idaho, and Washington are really the key states in this particular project or program, but we welcome all states to join. Next slide. So we asked the Drug Effectiveness Review Project to make several types of reports. As we identify a new drug class to review, we'll have a new class report or a new class review. But we know that evidence changes over time. So we have to have a process to update the existing class reviews. And we will do those in what we call surveillance reports. So the DURP project team will look at all of the new evidence that's published. They'll look at evidence that might be on, the FDA website or clinical, I forget that, the clinicalstudies.gov website, or they'll request information from manufacturers and they'll put that into a surveillance report. The surveillance report doesn't really go into grading evidence as much as it tells us what kind of evidence, new evidence is out there that could be considered. And then we determine from the DURP governance board, all those 13 states, if we're going to actually do a new drug update or a report update for that particular class. So that's what we call an update to an existing class review. We can also do what we call single drug addendums. So let's say a new drug comes out in a class that's been reviewed, but we're not going to do an entire class update. We can do a review on that particular drug and include it into so that it can get kind of included into the existing drug class. And so effectively what that does is it updates the class review to allow inclusion in the PDL. And I'll get more into that later on what that means. And then we have topic briefs, which are when we're trying to determine if we want to do a full review of a drug. The Drug Effectiveness Review Project will do a little, they'll like kind of dabble in the evidence to determine if it's worth to produce to the states to determine if it's worth, spending our research dollars in the project to do a review on that particular drug. And I've already gone through the surveillance reports. One difference between the surveillance reports and the other types of reports is that this is your opportunity to determine, is the evidence that was summarized in the surveillance report, do you feel it's important enough where we need to do a full class review? Or are you comfortable with saying that their surveillance report is adequate and that we don't need to incorporate that additional information into the report prior to you making a decision or recommendation on this particular drug class? So it's a slightly different. You'll have two motions when we have surveillance reports. One is to accept it as an acceptable, adequate update, and then second would be the motion on the particular drug class itself. So the next slide, Lita. So our committee process, the committee makes recommendations based on evidence. And then we do a cost analysis. So we've contracted with Moda Health through ArrayRx to do a cost analysis once you make a recommendation. For example, going back to proton pump inhibitors, if you were to say they're all equally safe and efficacious and they are interchangeable, we will compile all of the data from the Uniform Medical Plan and our workers' compensation program and determine which drug is the least costly to the state and make a preferred selection on that. And we have the actuary that is actually doing that analysis for us, and then we review it. So the work group then reviews that cost analysis, and we make recommendations to our agency directors on what the preferred product should be in that particular drug class. So let's say we're going to recommend omeprazole because it's it's a generic and it's the least costly for the 2 programs that are participating. The agency directors approve the PDL selections, and then Lita will send out a notice of the PDL updates to our stakeholders. And then each agency will, before we send out that information, we will select a date for the implementation of any changes that need to be made. And then we'll implement those changes to the PDL. So I'm going to pause if there's no questions. Okay. So the Washington Preferred Drug List, we created it in January of 2004. It was the list of drugs selected by the agencies at the time to be used as the basis for their prescription drug, trying to get that evidence-based prescription drug program established and as a cost savings measure. And it has, changed over time as, and I keep using proton pump inhibitors. Back in 2004, it was, the newer beta blockers, the statins, proton pump inhibitors, the COX-2 inhibitors, all of those drugs, believe it or not, were our budget breakers. And so those were the original basis of the PDL. It has morphed over time as we have, hepatitis C drugs have come out that are newer, MS drugs, rheumatoid arthritis, all kinds of, additional drug classes have been added. We have about 30 drug classes on the PDL. And then the Washington PDL is impacted by the Endorsing Practitioner Therapeutic Interchange Program. Next slide, Lita. And I've said that a few times now, I'm going to call it TIP going forward. So what the program is we have established this evidence-based preferred drug list, and the statute that established the P&T committee and the preferred drug list also had a tool approved to allow providers to prescribe a non-preferred drug when the prescriber felt that the non-preferred drug was the best drug for the client or the patient without having to go through any type of prior authorization process specific to it just being a non-preferred drug. So it's called the Endorsing Practitioner Therapeutic Interchange Program, or TIP for short. And providers in Washington are able to go to our website and sign up as an endorsing provider. And so we call those endorsing providers. We anticipate, that they have reviewed our preferred drug list. They agree with our PDL selections, and by signing up, they've agreed to allow a pharmacist to make the therapeutic interchange of a preferred drug for any non-preferred drug, unless otherwise directed, and otherwise directed meaning they've signed the prescription as dispensed as written. And so this means, like, a pharmacist, the law actually allows pharmacists to make this interchange without having to call the endorsing practitioner and get a new prescription. The pharmacist is then just obligated to notify the prescriber of what was actually dispensed. And this again was trying to make it easier for reduce administrative burden from pharmacies from having to call and get a new prescription every time a non-preferred drug was prescribed, also to provide or reduce administrative burden on providers who, there was a clinical reason why the non-preferred drug was required, and they don't have to go through that process to get a request to get a non-preferred drug. So the pharmacist will automatically interchange the preferred drug for any non-preferred drug. And how that happens is the claim will be rejected, and the pharmacy will be given a message that says which drug to interchange for that particular non-preferred drug that was prescribed. And then they will make that interchange. There are some exceptions to the interchange in our statute, and that is whether it's a refill for an antipsychotic medication, an antidepressant, anti-epileptic drugs, chemotherapy, antiretrovirals, or immunosuppressive drugs, or treatment for hepatitis C. And it's actually specific to the PEG interferon therapies for hepatitis C is what's in the statute. It's just not, it's a lot of words, so we didn't put that on the slide. The endorsing practitioner can indicate dispensed as written on a prescription for any non-preferred drug. And in these situations, the pharmacist, the claim will be allowed to process through, and it won't reject, like I'd mentioned before. And we have about 7,200 endorsing practitioners. A lot of people ask, well, what percentage of our provider network is endorsing practitioners? And we're unable to really estimate that because there are so many endorsing practitioners that might have left the state or no longer practicing here, or they could be retired. So we don't really know like what percent of all licensed practitioners in Washington does the 7,200 represent. So next slide, Lita. So status of drugs on the PDL. So if it's preferred, it means that therapeutic interchange doesn't apply. So they might require prior authorization for clinical reasons, even if they're preferred, but it won't be stopped for therapeutic interchange purposes. So if they are non-preferred, they are subject to TIP, and we have some other exceptions. The committee can determine, whether or not they're interchangeable. So they're not automatically interchangeable unless the committee determines that it's clinically appropriate and safe to interchange these drugs without a provider prescribing a new prescription. So they're included in therapeutic interchange when the drug is in a new class review, or an update to an existing class review, or a single drug addendum. So we do not, our program, if we have a drug class, I'm going to say like proton pump inhibitors, and we've reviewed the proton pump inhibitors, and let's say now Nexium just came to market and it was not included in that original review, Nexium then is not allowed to, it's not eligible to be a preferred drug on the PDL. It's not non-preferred either. So we don't do therapeutic interchange on Nexium, and each agency will treat that drug as they as what meets their business needs. So it won't be included on the PDL or in the TIP program until we do a new class review and incorporate evidence from using Nexium data in our review. Or if we do a single drug addendum on a Nexium, then that evaluates its evidence and it can be added to the drug class. But so that's kind of that stipulation on, you know, when a drug is or is not eligible to be on the preferred drug list. We also, it's not subject to TIP if it's a continuation fill for one of the types of drugs listed below. If the committee determines, you know, therapeutic interchange isn't allowed. So there might be certain drugs where you feel they shouldn't be interchanged without intervention from the prescribing provider. And then it's also allowed when the endorsing practitioner has assigned DAW, assuming that the committee has agreed that therapeutic interchange is appropriate. So therapeutic signing the prescription DAW is not necessarily applies for a non-preferred drug where therapeutic interchange has not been approved. Next slide. So status on the drugs on the PDL. It's in a PDL class, but not included in the DUR report. So going back to my example, let's say Nexium has just come to market. We've already reviewed proton pump inhibitors. Nexium would be covered according to program benefit design. Therapeutic interchange doesn't apply and DAW does not apply. Drug class is not on the PDL. So if it's not one of those 30 some odd drug classes that we review with the Drug Effectiveness Review Project, all of those other drug classes are covered according to the program benefit design. For Uniform Medical Plan, we use Moda Health's formulary to kind of wrap around our Washington PDL. Next slide. We also have a process to archive drug classes. So, for example, the proton pump inhibitors, I believe, are either archived or will be archived, where it's a class that has gone almost completely generic. There's not a lot of new evidence that's being published. Then the agency might recommend that we archive a class. The Drug Effectiveness Review Project is no longer updating those reports. And so there's really little reason to consider making changes to that class because it's a pretty solid class and the evidence is, I'm going to say, stable. So we'll bring that recommendation to the committee. You'll review a final surveillance report of the drug class, vote on whether it's appropriate to archive the class, determine if therapeutic interchange and DAW rules should continue without further clinical review, and then direct agencies to change the preferred status or allow agencies to change preferred status based on cost when appropriate without having to come back to the committee for a review. So if something were to change, let's say we archive a class and there's a few brands in that class, they become generic, we might then non-prefer those brands and prefer their generics instead. The archive classes will remain on the PDL, and then the committee or the program can reactivate an archive class if we determine that significant changes are made to the evidence base for the class, or if there's significant changes in indications for any of the drugs within that class. Okay. So that was really a summary of the Washington PDL, the PDL process. Now we're going to change our focus and focus on the Drug Utilization Review Board. So we will formally adjourn the P&T committee. The P&T committee only reviews the Washington PDL program and only impacts, and the P&T committee, makes recommendations that impact the state public employees, school employees, workers' compensation, and our Medicaid program. On the other hand, the Drug Utilization Review Board is specific to the Medicaid program only. So although it's the same group body of people, we're will adjourn the P&T committee, reconvene as the drug DUR board. And then the decisions and recommendations you make only impact the Apple Health PDL and pharmacy program. So the DUR board is required by federal law. It's in section 1927 of the Social Security Act. It's an extension of the P&T committee advising on additional utilization controls for drugs within the Apple Health preferred drug list. So for example, the P&T committee really is making recommendations on preferred and non-preferred status for drugs on the Washington PDL. The P&T committee doesn't review like our prior authorization policies for Uniform Medical Plan or Labor and Industries. Whereas the Drug Utilization Review Board, we are bringing to you our prior authorization policies for the Apple Health program to review those policies and make changes to them as you see fit. You recommend DUR programs or innovations also based on data provided by staff. Review and approve any drug utilization review program proposed by Apple Health that we might recommend, offer guidance and modifications, and then engage in provider education activities when appropriate. So in the past, the committee has written and drafted letters to providers about opioid prescribing and other initiatives that we have we were managing back probably about 10 years ago. So next slide. So the Apple Health PDL was implemented January 2018. It required, it was a budget proviso that directed the Health Care Authority to create a single preferred drug list that all of the Apple Health managed care and fee-for-service program needed to comply with. So we started implementing in January of 2018, and it took us several years to get a comprehensive list created. And I believe it was in April of 2020 that we did get it completed, the implementation. And then the Healthcare Authority, we contract with Magellan, who is, and so through the Optimal PDL solution, which is a supplemental rebate pool administered by Magellan, and that's where we obtain our supplemental rebates. And that's why Umang is here. So Umang will provide clinical therapeutic class reviews on the drug classes on the Apple Health PDL, in addition to what we hear from the Drug Effectiveness Review Project. So next slide. And I already said that. So like I said, Magellan reviews each drug class. They're reviewing the published peer-reviewed clinical trials. They're looking at data regarding efficacy and safety. Umang usually go over the side effects and indications for each of the drugs. And then he'll present that information to the board. And then the board will make a similar motion as you do with the Washington PDL, recommending if drugs are safe and efficacious, and make recommendations on interchangeability and whether or not they should be allowed to have like a continuation of therapy. So an example would be those drug classes that were the TIP program. There are certain other drug classes where we might not want to change a person's medication once they're stable on it, if a change to the preferred status is made for that particular drug. So next slide. So Magellan does a financial analysis of drug classes twice per year. They update their rebate contracts with manufacturers on a biannual cycle. So half the drug classes are recontracted for a July 1st rebate start date, and the other are contracted for a January 1st start date. So they will take our data and perform a cost analysis based on the supplemental and federal rebates that we are eligible for, and then the state will consider the DUR board recommendation, the P&T committee recommendation, if there is one for that class, and then we'll look at that financial analysis and determine which drugs will be preferred on the Apple Health PDL. Next slide. And last, I think this is the last slide or second to last slide. We have lots of acronyms. I try to do my best of not speaking in acronyms, but I do fall back into old habits. But this will always be in part of the information that you get each meeting so that you have it to rely on. If you are hearing an acronym and don't understand what it means, and feel free to always interrupt us. And
This is Lita. Donna just froze for me.
For me as well, Lita.
Oh, okay.
can you hear me
I
now?
was like, is that my computer?
I just got a message that says my internet is not stable. So I'm gonna stop my video and hopefully that will keep my sound going.
Great, thank you.
Are there any questions? I'll hand it back to you, Alex.
Thank you, Donna. Great summary. Always nice to have that reminder at the beginning of each year. Any questions for Donna on our process? I just had one question, Donna, which was, I think the DUR terminology changed a little bit. They used to have literature scans, and is that what the surveillance report is now?
Yes, we used to have a scan. We called them scans, but now it is a surveillance report.
Okay.
And the quality of that surveillance report is, I think they're better quality reports. It gives a little bit more information about the data or the evidence in the study, rather than the scans were just more counting how many studies were out there, rather than, summarizing their randomized controlled trials. They are, it's a meta-analysis or whatnot. So I do believe that these surveillance reports are an improvement upon those scans.
I agree. And then the committee will, it's not the next topic, but it's the topic after next when we review the CGRP report. So that, I think they called it a systematic review in the new terminology. Does that kind of replace all the new class reviews or update to existing class reviews, some of the older terminology that was present?
I believe so. Ryan, do you know if this is a new updated report or if it's a surveillance report for the CGRPs?
I believe this is the updated report. I can double check and actually see the file that we're going to be presenting, but I thought this was going to be the updated one.
This is Lita. It is a full report.
Okay, so yes, Alex, that is an updated report.
Great. So there's a new drug on that list, so that could be eligible for inclusion on the PDL when the committee reviews that then.
As long as there was evidence evaluated in the report, yes.
Okay.
Sometimes with the drug effectiveness review project might include a drug that's still in the pipeline because there's evidence available on it. And then if they are able to do that, we can incorporate that into our program because it has been reviewed once it hits the market. But sometimes the drug's included in the class, but there's actually no study met their inclusion criteria for inclusion in the report. And if that's the case, then that drug is not considered eligible to be preferred because there was no evidence for it that was reviewed.
Got it. That makes sense. And when the committee is deciding therapeutic interchange, it's only within that class, correct? There might be other drugs in other classes that might serve the same indication, but the committee, as I understand it, is only thinking about, yeah.
Correct. And and that's one of the reasons why we break out some of the drugs as granular as we do. So for insulin, for example, we have them broken out by long acting, short acting, immediate acting, ultra short, whatever, because we don't want there to be an interchange between a long acting and a short acting, right? We want a long acting for long acting that are interchangeable. And so that's why they're broken out. But yes, it's within that class. The P&T committee does not make decisions of should this be first line therapy versus second line therapy as a drug class. And so an example, when the angiotensin receptor blockers came out, our committee wanted them to be second line to ACE inhibitors. Well, if they're going to be on the PDL, they're on the PDL. We have preferred products, therapeutic interchange applies. In order to get them to be step therapy for ACE inhibitors, we would have had to like not had those drugs on the PDL at all. And then the program can, implement whatever clinical edits that they wanted to.
Thank you. That's an important point. I think it actually might apply to our CGRP motion that's coming up. So we'll keep that answer of yours in mind. It's 9:46, so we should be moving on to the next topic. But before we close this, are there any other questions from the committee? Great. Thank you, Donna. Well, and I think you're up again, Donna. Sorry to keep keep you on the boil here, but to talk about the archiving and removing of the classes.
Sure. So we've had drugs that are archived on the PDL for quite some time, and there has been it's a lot of work to go through and review some of those classes every quarter. The NSAIDs and have hundreds, if not thousands, of NDCs that we have to go through and potentially consider when we're reviewing that. So we have 16 drug classes and subclasses on the PDL that have been archived for like 5 to 8 years with no updates on the market. There's been no surveillance reports on them. And the Drug Effectiveness Review Project is not going to review these classes. The governing board has voted that we're not going to spend our research dollars on updating classes that are all generic and are no longer have fiscal impact on the state. We're going to let the states use their own P&T committees or use their own resources to manage those particular drug classes. So many of these classes are they're no longer prescription, they've gone over the counter. So an example would be the antihistamines, proton pump inhibitors, as I mentioned, the H2RAs, or they've all gone generic. And so we no longer manage, the Uniform Medical Plan no longer manages or no longer covers OTC medications. It's now considered a benefit exclusion. So that's another reason why we might archive a class. And then oral contraceptives, actually, I think all contraceptives are now required to be covered as preventive by federal law. That might be another reason to archive a class if there's a directive, either a state law or a federal law that requires, mandates coverage for a particular drug or drug class.
Mm-hmm.
Next slide. So we have a process, again, we have identified those that the DUR program will not review. HCA will recommend that they be archived. The committee will review a final report, vote on whether to archive or not, including the TIP and DAW impacts, and then allowing us to make changes. The new thing about archived drugs is that the class will remain on the PDL for 2 years, or at least 2 years as archived. And then again, the committee or the program, the agencies can reactivate a class if significant changes are made. Or if there's another drug class that comes out that may or may not interact with that. And I'm going to say example would be like the PCSK9 inhibitors. When they came to market, I believe we were going to archive the statin class, but we chose not to because they both treated cholesterol and we wanted to still have preferred options for the statins on the Washington PDL. That might change in the future. So the next slide, Lita. So now the change that we're recommending making is that if we've archived a drug class and it's been archived for 2 years, there hasn't been any significant changes to the class, and we don't anticipate there to be significant changes. We are going to recommend eliminating the drug class from the PDL altogether. So that means it'll no longer be published online as part of the PDL. And so for those classes, we are no longer required to follow the motion that was recommended when it was archived, and that the programs will manage those drug classes separately on their own formularies or preferred drug lists. And then I say we, but really Luke did a lot of work reviewing all of these archived drug classes, and we've come up with this list of classes to eliminate. As you can see, some of them have been archived since 2005 or 2015, so 8 years or close to 8 years. And so we're going to be eliminating these drug classes from the PDL. Effective, I don't know if we've created an effective date yet, but that's our intention, is to remove these from the PDL. And is there another slide? And then we would like to archive, and I think we have these maybe on the agenda for later this afternoon or later this morning, to archive the antiemetics, the Hep C, PEG interferons, and the statin class. And we just want I guess really just a head nod. I'm not sure if we need a motion, but maybe we will, just for procedural sake, to say that the committee agrees to eliminate or archive the classes that are listed on slide 5, and that will move to archive. Lita, I'm not sure if the second motion, do we have those reviews to review before the committee makes a decision?
We do not have that for today, but we would do that in the future.
Okay.
To archive the class.
Okay. I don't think we need the second motion then. I think just the first one, to eliminate the drugs listed on slide 5 from the PDL, if we could just get a motion and a vote from the committee on that. And then the committee will make the decision on archiving those other 3 drug classes when we bring them for final review.
Thank you, Donna. Well, we'll give a moment to the committee, and maybe Lita, would you mind showing slide 5 again, so that the committee could peruse that drug class list. Again, we'd be voting on a motion that we agree or not to go ahead and eliminate these, as per the protocol that Donna had run through. The only question I had was in the Alzheimer's drug class. We do have those new aducanumab and lecanemab drugs that are coming out, which kind of throws a wrench into that class. Are those being looked at in a different designation as a class? Or
I believe so. They're not included in this particular class. This is, the Nementine, the older medications, the oral ones that were on the market. They've all been generic. If the Drug Effectiveness Review Project chooses to review the newer classes, then they would be in a different class.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? We'll give everybody another moment to sort of look at this list here. Okay, hearing none. It is a class of older drugs. Just looking at the top ACE inhibitors.
This is Laura Best. Yeah, I'm concerned about the whole Alzheimer's drugs thing too. That doesn't need to be spelled out more clearly. This is fine as is, just for.
So this is
clarity.
Donna. So I'm sorry, Laura, can you maybe explain your concern a little bit more?
Well,
I'm not quite sure I'm following you.
Along with Alex, I just thought that Alzheimer's drugs was rather broad. So I just wanted to make sure for clarity reasons, it doesn't need to be spelled out as far as like actual classes of Alzheimer's drugs, or could that be included, or this is fine as is, it doesn't really matter because you're just stating it's archived and it's known what ones are being archived.
Yeah, so this is Ryan. This was a old report from some of the older drugs that treated Alzheimer's. As you can see, it hasn't really been updated in 7 years. And I know that there are going to be some newer therapies being studied for Alzheimer's. So this wouldn't include, some of these newer treatments that are for the Alzheimer's disease. This is just saying for the drugs that were identified in the older DURP reports, in the early part of the 2010s, these drugs are going to be considered archived because they're all generic now, and there really hasn't been any new evidence or new drugs within these older classes.
Okay, as of 2016. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and I believe that
Go
the
ahead, Donna.
title of the report is Alzheimer's drugs. And so I believe the class is named after the report title.
Okay, thank you.
So Donna, just to make sure that Laura's concerns are adequately addressed, the Alzheimer's drugs, I think when that other report came out, it must have just been the cholinesterase agents and the memantine. That's probably all it was. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. The other drugs weren't on the market. So the other drugs actually came to market after this class was archived to begin with. So they were never included in that class.
So is it the case that we have to keep the title of the report as it was presented to the committee at that time?
We could put in parentheses. I don't know if any of them were injectable. I'm trying to, I was going to say they're all oral, but then they had patches. So I'm not really sure. We could, Ryan and Luke, come up with the mechanism of action of those drugs. So we can say they're the cholinesterase drugs or whatever, more their therapeutic drug class name as opposed to just Alzheimer's in general.
Yeah, I'm actually on the DURP Clearinghouse website. So this is the last time that it was updated in a full report was 2006. So this is pretty dated in terms of the drugs that are in this Alzheimer's drugs class that we have on the PDL. So yeah, I think what we can do is just add in a little bit more information. We've done that for some of the other drug classes like the asthma COPD drugs, and we can work together with DURP and with LIDA to make sure that that update reflects exactly what we have in this class.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Or
just a
actually-
reminder, you can always, this is Donna, sorry, Alex, you can always bring a class back. So if we've determined that, if we're going to review the new Alzheimer's medications, the infused injectable ones, if we think that it's relevant to bring back these older products, then we could, but I don't think that there will be any comparable evidence between the newer products and the older products as far as a head-to-head trial on efficacy of the newer ones over the older ones.
Yeah, I agree. I was just going to suggest process. I mean, you guys can take the lead how you like, but you could also just put the date that the report was last done. That was sort of timestamp what drugs are available, in that era.
Lita, do you want to put 2006? Yeah.
This is Dimitri. I just think it's just kind of striking. All the other reports are specific, are titled by mechanism as opposed to a specific condition or disease. And while and also from a clinical standpoint, cholinesterase inhibitors, memantine are frequently prescribed more broadly for different not just Alzheimer's dementia, but other dementias as well. So that for consistency's sake, it seems like it would make more sense to go with the others.
This is Ryan, and that's a great observation. So a lot of the ways that these older reports were done were how they were scoped, and as I mentioned, this last report was from 2006, and so I think at the time the way that the states were looking at this was just specific to that, whereas because of the level of evidence between the ACE inhibitors and the calcium channel blockers and the beta blockers, they had to separate them out so that way they could do a focused study on just the comparative effectiveness between the different ACE inhibitors that were on the market in the early 2000s versus the calcium channel blockers, which, as you know, are going to be slightly different in how they are prescribed and how they treat. So I think it's just kind of a relic of how these reports were named and presented for states.
Yeah. It's just a sign of how old that report is and how time has moved on.
And I just want to reiterate, removing them from the PDL does not mean they're no longer covered and that there's no longer access. It just means that this committee is not going to be reviewing them. It'll be turned over for Uniform Medical Plan. They'll just revert to the MODA Health, PDL, and they'll follow their P&T committee processes.
Okay, committee, Lita, if you could return to yes. So I'll entertain a motion from the committee to look at the top line. And if you're ready to make the motion, go ahead and please state it. And Lita will record your name and then we'll look for a second and then we'll vote.
So this is Laura Vesti. I motion that the P&T committee agrees to eliminate the drug classes listed on slide 5 from the Washington PDL.
This is Dmitry Davidov. I second the motion.
Thank you. I saw you there, Ginny, too. So we'll consider a dual second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, committee. And great discussion. Okay. We have a big topic ahead of us next to review the systematic review on the CGRPs. I believe the systematic review, this is like the most deluxe that we'll get from DURP. It's a very thorough report. And so we look forward to that and we'll hand it over to Sarah Kennedy.
And Sarah, sorry, this is taking just a minute because I needed to save the last one.
Sure, take your time. Hello, everyone.
Morning, Sarah.
All right, all ready.
All right. Well, I'm Sarah Kennedy, and this is the deluxe presentation on the calcitonin gene-related peptide inhibitors for migraine prevention and treatment and for cluster headache prevention. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the overview of today's presentation. I'll briefly go over background and the PICO's key questions and methods, and then we'll spend most of the time on findings and conclusions and conclude with the discussion. Next slide, please. So this slide shows background on migraine headache. The International Classification of Headache Disorders defines the diagnostic criteria of migraines as attack with headaches that last 4 to 72 hours with specific characteristics, such as if they are unilateral, have a pulsating quality, or are aggravated by activity. Migraine can occur with or without aura symptoms, and these are sensory disturbances like light flashes, blind spots, and tingling, or with other symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, and sensitivity to light. Chronic migraine is defined as 15 or more headaches per month for at least 3 months. An episodic migraine is diagnosed for fewer than 15 headaches per month. Migraine headaches are more common among women than men. And available migraine preventive treatments include antidepressants, anticonvulsants, beta blockers, botulinum toxin, and available acute treatments include triptans, ergot drugs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, and anti-nausea drugs. And calcitonin gene-related peptide, or CGRP, is a neuropeptide that plays a role in the vasodilation of cerebral and dural blood vessels, and thus is involved in the pathophysiology of migraines. So unlike other available preventive medications, CGRP inhibitors were developed specifically for migraine prevention. Next slide, please. So cluster headaches are typically present as multiple headaches occurring within a period of days, weeks, or months. And this time is referred to as a cluster period. Cluster headaches are characterized by severe unilateral pain, often located around the eye, and associated with tearing, runny nose, and sweating. Cluster headaches are also characterized as either episodic or chronic, with episodic being characterized by at least 2 cluster periods separated by a pain-free remission of 3 months or longer, whereas chronic is characterized by a lack of a sustained remission between clusters. Cluster headache is less common than other primary headache syndromes, and it affects more men than women. Acute treatments include supplemental oxygen, triptans, lidocaine, ergots, and preventive treatments include verapamil, steroids, ergots, topiramate, lithium, and nerve blocks. And unlike preventive treatments for migraine, which is taken regularly, preventive treatment for cluster headache is started at the beginning of a cluster period to reduce the severity and frequency of the headaches during that time. The pathophysiology of cluster headaches is complex, but CGRP is thought to play a role. Next slide, please. So this figure shows the CGRP inhibitors by their mechanism, and this includes agents that are monoclonal antibodies targeting the CGRP receptors, specifically erenumab, and then monoclonal antibodies targeting the CGRP ligand, eptinezumab, fremonezumab, galcanezumab, and these are all used for migraine preventive therapy. And then galcanezumab also has an indication for cluster headache prevention. And since the last DUR report, the FDA has also approved 1 new oral small molecule inhibitor, atogepant, for acute migraine prevention. And then rimegepant is now approved for both migraine prevention and acute migraine treatment. Ubrogepant is approved for acute migraine treatment only. And then zavegepant, which was new to the scope of this report, is not yet approved by the FDA, but approval is anticipated soon, sometime in the first quarter of 2023. Next slide, please. So this was a previous report that was completed in October of 2018 that assessed 4 drugs, eptinezumab, erenumab, fremonezumab, and galcanezumab for the prevention of chronic and episodic migraine. And then we completed an update report in 2020 that expanded the scope to include 2 additional drugs, rimegepant and ubrogepant, and 2 additional indications, acute treatment of migraine headache and prevention of cluster headache. And the current DUR report was again expanded to include 2 additional drugs, atogepant and zavegepant. Thank you. So this slide summarizes the PICOs for the current report. Populations included adults with episodic or chronic migraine, chronic cluster headache, or adults with acute migraine headache. And we included studies assessing CGRP inhibitors described a couple slides ago. And the acceptable comparators were placebos, other CGRP inhibitors, or other standard of care treatment. Next slide. Outcomes of interest included migraine events, pain relief, quality of life, functional or disability outcomes, use of rescue therapies in the studies of preventive treatments, healthcare utilization outcomes, and harms, including adverse events, serious adverse events, and discontinuations due to adverse events. And then we included randomized control trials. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the key questions. And the first key question is about the effectiveness and harms of treatments to prevent migraine headache and cluster headache. And the second key question is about the effectiveness and harms of CGRP inhibitors for the acute treatment of migraine and cluster headache. And then the third key question is about ongoing studies of CGRP inhibitors. Next slide. So we'll move into the methods. Next slide, please. So this just gives a quick overview of the methods that are used for this report. Our search was through August 18th in Medline via PubMed, and through October 27th in the Cochrane Library with active surveillance through November 8th, 2022. And we searched those databases back to inception for the drugs that were new to the scope of the report. We conducted individual study risk of bias assessment and calculated risk ratios and confidence intervals where possible. We applied grade methodology to rate the overall certainty of the evidence. And lastly, searched clinicaltrials.gov to identify the ongoing studies. Next slide. So just as a reminder, this is the DURP approach to risk of bias, and these are the risk of bias categories. Next slide. And here is a quick overview of the grade certainty of evidence. We graded efficacy outcomes, quality of life, serious adverse events, and discontinuations due to adverse events for this review. And as a reminder, RCTs start at a high certainty and can then be downgraded for problems of consistency, precision, risk of bias, or reporting biases. Next slide. So now we'll move into the findings. So here is our study flow diagram. We screened 419 new titles and abstracts from the update search and 2 additional references that we identified through hand search. We assessed 56 articles to identify 30 new articles, and we carried forward 32 articles from a prior report for a total of 62 articles reporting on 42 RCTs. So the bottom row shows the study breakdown by condition. We identified 7 RCTs of chronic migraine prevention, 18 of episodic migraine prevention, 6 that were conducted in mixed populations with chronic or episodic migraine, 9 of acute migraine treatment, and 2 of cluster headache prevention. And then we did not identify any studies of acute cluster headache treatment. Next slide. Here is an overview of some of the characteristics of those 42 included RCTs. So 15 were new to the update and 27 were included in the previous report. We rated 41 of the 42 as moderate risk of bias, primarily because of industry sponsorship and the risk of bias from extensive manufacturer involvement in study design, conduct, analysis, and preparation of manuscripts. The single study that was rated as high risk of bias was rated as high because the relevant study groups were not blinded, and also because there was a high potential for selection bias due to an extension trial design with recruitment restricted to participants who had completed some previous trials. And this also shows the breakdown by condition that we detailed on the previous slide. And then finally, you'll see that nearly all were placebo-controlled trials. One trial included both a placebo arm and a sumatriptan arm, and then one trial used topiramate as the comparator. Next slide. So let me just quickly outline how we've structured the results. So this structure covers everything that was in the key questions, but we've reordered it slightly to be consistent with the structure of the report and to put it in order that I think is a little bit more digestible. So I will start out by describing the efficacy outcomes like migraine or headache events and functioning and quality of life outcomes by condition as listed here, and then by drug within each of these categories. Then I'll describe the harms related outcomes, specifically serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events for each condition. And finally, I'll summarize the ongoing studies. And then just to give you a preview of what you'll see when we move into the detailed findings, the bottom line conclusions really did not change much since the 2020 version of this report. We found several new studies, but they did not, for the most part, impact certainty of evidence grades. And we generally found moderate certainty of evidence favoring the CGRP inhibitors for clinical improvement and functioning outcomes. And we generally found very low certainty of evidence for harms outcomes, mostly because the events were just too rare for a relationship to be determined. All right, next slide. So briefly, here are acronyms associated associated with, sorry about that. Here are some acronyms that are associated with the most common outcomes used in the study in the box at the top. And I just want to give you some context for what's clinically meaningful for these scales. So on the HIT6, a 1.5 point between group difference is generally considered clinically meaningful. 4.5 points on the MIDAS is generally considered meaningful. And for the MSQL, it ranges from 5 to 10.6 points, depending on the domains that were used. And then the clinically meaningful difference for the PGIC and PGIS vary depending on the Likert scale that was used and the condition being assessed. And at the bottom are other common abbreviations that are used throughout the presentation. Next slide. All right, so we'll move into the findings, and first we'll cover the clinical improvement and functioning outcomes for chronic migraine prevention. And I'll just start here by orienting you to where the information is on these slides. So the second row of the title shows the comparison, eptinezumab versus placebo. The first green box is clinical improvement outcomes, which we graded as moderate certainty of evidence. And the bullets in the white box describe the number of trials, the sample size, the specific outcomes that we graded, and the results for each outcome. So in this instance, there were 2 RCTs with a total sample size of 1,393 participants. One of the 2 studies was new to the current report. Both trials found significant reductions in migraine headache days per month compared with placebo, ranging from 2 to 2.7 days at 12 weeks. And both studies also found that participants in both eptinezumab dosage groups were significantly more likely to have a 50% or greater reduction in migraine days per month. The second green box is for functioning outcomes. We graded this as moderate certainty of evidence. Again, this outcome included both of the 2 trials comparing eptinezumab with placebo. Both trials used the HIT6 and found statistically significant improvements in both 300 milligram dosage groups. One trial found a significant improvement in the 100 milligram dosage group, but the other trial did not. Next slide. So we identified one study that compared arinamab with placebo. It evaluated both 70 milligram and 140 milligram dosages over 12 weeks. And this was included in the previous report, so I won't go into detail on these findings, but we graded all of the outcomes as moderate certainty, and they all favored arinamab. Next slide. We identified 3 RCTs comparing fremonizumab with placebo, and one of these 3 was new to the current report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. All 3 studies found statistically significant improvements in migraine headache days per month, with reductions ranging from 1.3 to 2.1 days. 2 of the 3 studies found a significantly larger percentage of participants in the fremonizumab group had a reduction of 50% or more in migraine headache days per month compared with placebo. We graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate certainty. 2 of the 3 trials reported significantly larger improvements on the HIT6 favoring fremonizumab, and the 3rd trial did not report any functioning or quality of life outcomes. Next slide. We identified one trial that compared galcanezumab with placebo. There were 2 publications reporting new data related to healthcare utilization outcomes since the previous report. As in the previous report, we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate. This study reported significantly larger reductions in migraine days per month compared to placebo, ranging from 1.9 days in the 240 milligram group to 2.1 days in the 120 milligram group. And this study also reported significantly larger improvements on other efficacy outcomes, including 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month for both doses. And we rated the evidence related to functioning as moderate quality. There were statistically significant improvements for both doses compared to placebo across all 3 domains on the MSQL. Oh, yeah. I think we're at galcanezumab, slide 22. Are you able to?
About that? Yeah, hey, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Oh, one more forward. It should be 22, galcanezumab versus placebo.
This one is 22.
Oh, let's try
here
23.
it is, 23.
Sorry. Okay, so I think we covered the functioning outcomes. And then I was just going to note really briefly the data from the 2 new published studies. We didn't grade it, but they found no significant difference between groups in emergency room visits, hospital admissions, or healthcare professional visits. And we didn't include it on the slide, but because it wasn't graded. All right, next slide. Okay, so now we're going to move into the clinical improvement and functioning outcomes for episodic migraine prevention. So we identified 2 new studies of atogepant to prevent episodic migraine. And as a reminder, atogepant was approved since the previous report, so it was new to the current report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate to low. Specifically, we graded the evidence for reduction in migraine headache days per month as moderate certainty. Both studies found a statistically significant reduction in mean change in migraine headache days, ranging from 0.7 days to 1.7 days at 12 weeks. We graded the evidence as low certainty for percentage with a 50% reduction in migraine days per month. There were improvements favoring atogepant in all dosage groups, but the difference with placebo was only statistically significant in one of the two trials. And then we graded the evidence related to functioning as low certainty. Only one of the two trials reported functioning outcomes, and that trial found statistically significant improvements, but the confidence intervals were quite wide. And next slide. We identified two trials comparing eptinezumab with placebo, and there was one publication new to the current report reporting longer-term outcomes on one of those trials. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate. There was a significantly larger change in monthly migraine days for both doses compared with placebo, and significantly more participants achieved a 50% reduction in monthly migraine days compared with placebo in the larger of the two trials. And we graded the evidence related to functioning as low. There were improvements in all dosage groups, but they were only statistically significant in the larger of the two trials. Next slide. All right, we identified a total of 6 RCTs that compared erenumab to placebo for episodic migraine. One of these RCTs was new to the current report. There were also 2 new publications reporting additional data related to 3 RCTs that were included in the previous report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate. All 6 studies reported statistically significant reductions in migraine days per month compared to placebo, and the range was 1 to 2.3 days for the 70 milligram dose group and 1.6 to 1.9 days for the 140 milligram group. These studies also reported larger improvements for active doses compared to placebo on secondary efficacy outcomes, specifically those with a 50% reduction or more in the number of migraine days per month. We graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate. All 6 studies reported significantly larger improvements in all dosage groups compared with placebo on the HIT-6. Next slide. So we identified 3 RCTs comparing fremanezumab with placebo for episodic migraine prevention. One of these RCTs was new to the current report. And we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate. All 3 studies found statistically significant improvement in migraine days per month, ranging from a reduction of 1.3 to 3 days. The studies also reported significant improvements in the proportion with a 50% reduction in monthly migraine days. We graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate certainty. All 3 studies reported statistically significant improvements in MIDAS scores in active dosage groups compared with placebo. Next slide. So we identified 5 RCTs that compared galcanezumab with placebo, and one of these RCTs was new to the current report. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. There were significantly larger reductions in migraine days per month across dosages and studies, ranging from 0.9 to 3 days. All of the studies also reported significant improvements in the 50% reduction in monthly migraine days. And then we graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate. 5 of the 6 studies reported statistically significant improvements on the MIDAS or MSQL, favoring galcanezumab. Next slide. So this section reports the results of trials that enrolled participants with chronic or episodic migraine. In the 2020 report, all but 1 study enrolled participants that were distinctly characterized as having either episodic or chronic migraine. And so we note an increase in more recent studies enrolling mixed populations that included both types of participants within the same study. So for this update, we're reporting the results separately. Next slide. Excuse me, I'm just going to grab a quick sip of water here. So we identified 1 new study that compared eptinezumab with placebo to prevent migraine in participants with chronic or episodic migraine. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty of evidence. And there were statistically significant reductions in migraine headache days per month of 2.7 days in the 100 milligram dosage group and 3.2 days in the 300 milligram group over 12 weeks. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion, reporting at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month in both the 100 and 300 milligram groups compared with placebo. And we graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as moderate certainty. There were statistically significant improvements in both the 100 milligram and 300 milligram groups compared with placebo. Next slide. We identified one new study comparing erenumab with placebo to prevent chronic or episodic migraine. And we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. There was a statistically significant reduction in migraine headache days per month of 1.6 days at weeks 12 to 24. And the percentage of patients reporting at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month also favored erenumab. And this study did not report any functioning or quality of life outcomes. Next slide. And we identified one new study comparing eptinezumab to topiramate. So this is one of those two studies in the current report that included an active comparator. We graded the evidence relating to clinical improvement as moderate certainty of evidence. There was a statistically significant reduction in migraine headache days per month of 1.8 days in the 70 milligram group and 140 milligram group. The percentage of patients reporting at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month also favored eptinezumab in both groups. And we graded the evidence related to functioning as moderate certainty. There were statistically significant improvements in both the 70 milligram and 140 milligram groups compared with topiramate on the HIT6. Next slide. So we identified one study comparing fremanezumab with placebo, and this study was included in the previous report in the chronic migraine prevention section. And it was the only study at that time that recruited a mixed population, and they had 61% of participants with chronic migraine. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty of evidence. There was a statistically significant reduction in migraine headache days per month of 3.1 days in the 225 milligram group and 3.5 days in the 675 milligram group. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion of participants reporting at least a 50% reduction in migraine days per month in both dosage groups compared with placebo. We graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as moderate certainty. There were statistically significant improvements in both the 225 and 675 milligram dosage groups on the HIT6. Next slide. So we identified one new study comparing galcanezumab with placebo, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate to low certainty. Specifically, we graded reduction in migraine headache days per month as moderate. This study observed a significantly larger reduction of 3.1 days at 15 weeks compared to placebo. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion of participants in the galcanezumab group, reporting at least a 50% reduction in number of migraine days per month, but the confidence intervals were wide. We graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as low certainty. There was a statistically significant improvement as measured by the MIDAS, but again, the confidence intervals were wide. Next slide. We identified one new study comparing rimegepant with placebo, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate to low certainty. We graded reduction in migraine headache days per month as moderate certainty. This study observed a significantly larger reduction of 0.8 days at 12 weeks compared to placebo. This study also reported a significantly larger proportion of participants in the rimegepant group achieving at least a 50% reduction in the number of migraine days per month, but the confidence intervals were wide. And we graded the evidence related to functioning outcomes as a very low certainty. There was no significant difference between groups as measured by the MIDAS at 12 weeks. Next slide. All right, so now we'll move into the harms of the migraine prevention drugs. Next slide. For harms, I'm going to summarize the findings for each indication on one slide. So this slide is for chronic migraine prevention. There were 7 RCTs reporting on just over 5,000 participants. Serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare, and therefore we were unable to determine a relationship for this outcome, which we graded as very low. And to give you a sense of what I mean by rare, these were generally serious adverse events or discontinuations due to adverse events in less than 1 or 2% of participants in each group. Next slide. This slide is for episodic migraine prevention. There were 18 RCTs reporting on 2,673 participants. We graded the evidence for serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events as very low certainty. There were rare events, and again, a relationship could not be determined. Next slide. This slide is for the mixed chronic and episodic migraine prevention studies comparing the CGRP inhibitor to placebo. And there were 6 RCTs reporting on 3,200 participants. And again, we graded the evidence for serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events as very low certainty. Because these events were rare, a relationship could not be determined. Next slide. This slide is also for mixed chronic and episodic migraine prevention studies comparing a CGRP inhibitor, but instead of placebo to topiramate. So there was 1 RCT with 777 participants. And again, we graded the evidence for harms as very low certainty. There were rare events and a relationship could not be determined. And we graded the evidence for discontinuation due to adverse events as moderate. There were fewer discontinuations in the erenumab group compared to the topiramate group. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the grade and certainty of evidence ratings and the direction of effect for each condition, comparison, and outcome. And just to briefly orient you to the table, the rows are stratified by condition. So chronic migraine, episodic migraine, and then chronic or episodic migraine. And the columns align with the outcomes that were covered on the previous slides. The color coding indicates the relationship. So green indicates that the CGRP inhibitor was favored. Yellow means there was no significant difference, and gray means that a relationship could not be determined. The circles in each cell correspond to the certainty of evidence grade. So as you can see, most of the clinical efficacy and quality of life outcomes were rated as moderate certainty of evidence, and with 1 exception, favored the CGRP inhibitor. And then for harms outcomes, serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were also nearly always rated as very low certainty of evidence since we could not determine a relationship. All right, we'll move into the next section. So this is the section on acute migraine treatment. Next slide, please. So we identified 1 new RCT comparing 100 milligrams of eptinezumab with placebo for acute migraine treatment. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as low certainty. The study found statistically significantly larger improvements in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose and freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose. But the sample size was less than 500 participants and confidence intervals were wide. We graded the evidence related to functioning as low certainty. There were statistically significant improvements favoring eptinezumab, but again, the sample size was small and the confidence intervals were wide. Next slide, please. We identified 3 RCTs of rimegepant compared with placebo for acute treatment. All 3 of these trials were included in the previous report, and they all administered a 75 milligram dose. So I won't go into these findings in detail, but we graded the certainty of evidence as moderate for all outcomes, and they all favored rimegepant. Next slide. So one study compared rimegepant versus sumatriptan, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as a very low certainty. There was no significant difference in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose or sustained pain freedom at 48 hours post-dose between rimegepant and sumatriptan. And this study did not report any functioning or quality of life outcomes. Next slide. We identified 3 RCTs comparing ubrogepant to placebo for acute migraine treatment. And we identified one new publication reporting data from 2 previously included trials. And new data included additional functioning and quality of life outcomes. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as moderate certainty. All 3 studies found statistically significant larger improvements in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose. The absolute risk difference ranged from 7.4 to 16.6 percentage points higher for active treatment compared to placebo. And 2 of these studies also reported statistically significant larger improvements in freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose for active treatment compared to placebo. And we rated the evidence related to functioning as moderate. 2 studies reported significant improvements in ability to function normally within 2 hours post-dose in the active treatment group. And the odds ratio was 1.7 for the 50 milligram dose and 1.9 for the 100 milligram dose compared to placebo. Next slide. So we identified one new RCT comparing zavegepant with placebo, and zavegepant was new to the scope for this update and has not yet been approved by the FDA. We graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as low certainty. There was a statistically significant larger improvement in freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose and in freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose in the 10 milligram and 20 milligram groups, but not in the 5 milligram group. Next slide. So now we'll move into the harms for the acute migraine treatment studies. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the harms findings for all of the studies of acute migraine treatment. There were 9 RCTs reporting on 7,670 participants. Serious adverse events were rare, and therefore we were unable to determine a relationship for this outcome, which we graded as very low certainty. None of these trials reported discontinuations due to adverse events. Next slide. There was 1 RCT comparing rimegepant with sumatriptan in 885 participants. Again, we graded the evidence related to harms as very low. Serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare, and therefore we were unable to determine a relationship. Next slide. This slide summarizes the grade ratings and direction of effect for outcomes in the acute migraine treatment section. We had low to moderate certainty of evidence favoring eptinezumab, rimegepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant compared to placebo for freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose and freedom from most bothersome symptoms at 2 hours post-dose. We had low to moderate certainty of evidence favoring eptinezumab, rimegepant, and ubrogepant for ability to function normally within 2 hours post-dose. There was no significant difference between rimegepant and sumatriptan on efficacy outcomes. And for trials that reported serious adverse events or discontinuations due to adverse events, we graded the evidence as very low, as we were unable to determine a relationship because the events were so rare. Next slide. So moving into our last section, clinical improvement in functioning outcomes for cluster headache prevention. Next slide. So we identified 2 RCTs comparing galcanezumab with placebo. One of the 2 trials was new to the current review, and we graded the evidence related to clinical improvement as low certainty. There was a significantly larger improvement in the number of cluster headache attacks per week at weeks 1 to 3 in the galcanezumab groups compared to placebo, but there was no difference by weeks 8 to 12. There was no significant difference for the percentage of participants who had at least a 50% reduction in the number of cluster headache attacks per week between groups. And we graded the evidence related to functioning as very low. One of the 2 studies reported the Patient Global Impression of Improvement Scale, or the PGII, and the authors observed no difference between the galcanezumab group and the placebo group. Next slide. So now we'll cover the harms for cluster headache prevention. Next slide. So both RCTs that compared galcanezumab with placebo reported serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events. And we graded the evidence related to harms as very low. Again, the events were rare and we could not determine a relationship. Next slide. And this slide summarizes the findings for cluster headache. We graded the evidence as low certainty for both of the efficacy outcomes and very low for all other outcomes. and there were no studies of acute cluster headache treatment. And I'll note there are also no CGRPs with FDA approval for acute cluster headache treatment. Next slide. So we'll just briefly go over what we found as far as the ongoing studies go. Next slide. We identified a total of 17 ongoing studies. One is an open label RCT comparing erenumab with oral preventive medication, and all of the others are placebo controlled. And all 17 have a primary efficacy endpoint. Next slide. We did not identify any ongoing studies of atogepant. We found 4 RCTs of eptinezumab. There was 1 trial each being conducted in participants with chronic migraine, episodic migraine, chronic or episodic migraine, and cluster headache. And there were 3 RCTs of erenumab, 1 for chronic migraine prevention and 2 for episodic migraine prevention. Next slide. We identified 1 RCT of fremonizumab for chronic or episodic migraine, 2 RCTs of galcanezumab, 1 for cluster headache prevention, and 1 for vestibular migraine prevention. There were 5 RCTs of rimegepant, 2 of acute migraine treatment, 2 of chronic or episodic migraine prevention, and 1 of episodic migraine prevention. And finally, we identified 2 RCTs of zavegepant for acute migraine treatment. Next slide. Now for the discussion, I'll summarize the key findings and then the limitations both of the evidence and of the report. Next slide, thank you. In summary, there were no head-to-head studies of CGRP inhibitors. There was 1 study comparing rimegepant to sumatriptan for acute migraine treatment, and 1 study comparing erenumab to topiramate for migraine prevention in a population with episodic or chronic migraine. All of the other studies were placebo-controlled. We identified studies of 2 agents that were new to the scope of the review. Specifically, there were 2 studies of atogepant for episodic migraine prevention and 1 study of zavegepant for acute migraine treatment. And there were no studies of CGRP inhibitors for acute cluster headache treatment. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the findings for migraine prevention. We found that eptinezumab, erenumab, fremonizumab, and galcanezumab were more effective than placebo for chronic and episodic migraine prevention. And we graded this evidence as moderate certainty. Atogepant was more effective than placebo for episodic migraine, and we graded that evidence as moderate to low certainty. Serious adverse events and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare in both active drug and placebo groups, so a relationship could not be determined, and we graded that evidence as very low certainty. In head-to-head comparisons, erenumab was more effective than topiramate. We graded this evidence as moderate certainty, and there were similar serious adverse events in both groups, but fewer discontinuations due to adverse events in the erenumab group compared to topiramate. Next slide. So to put these findings into greater context, the magnitude of the treatment effect of CGRP inhibitors for migraine prevention was modest, ranging from a reduction of 0.4 days to 3.7 days. And this is similar to other available preventive treatments. The clinical significance of this reduction may vary based on the severity of an individual's headache condition and their ability to tolerate other medications. And I want to note that on the HIT6, a between group difference of 1.5 points is considered clinically significant. And 15 of the 17 studies that reported this measure observed a difference of 1.9 points or greater. So this does suggest that most of the studies found a clinically important improvement on this measure. Next slide. And this slide summarizes the findings for acute migraine treatment. We found evidence that rimegepant, ubrogepant, and zavegepant were all more effective than placebo for acute migraine treatment. And we graded the certainty of this evidence as moderate to low. The proportion of participants who achieved freedom from pain at 2 hours post-dose ranged from 4.2 to 16.6 percentage points higher across studies in active treatment compared to placebo. Again, serious adverse events were rare, so a relationship could not be determined, and we graded this evidence as very low certainty. In one head-to-head comparison, there was no difference in efficacy between rimegepant and sumatriptan. We graded this as very low certainty, and discontinuations due to adverse events were rare for both, so also graded as very low certainty. Next slide. For cluster headache prevention, the findings were mixed based on time point. Galcanezumab led to significantly fewer cluster attacks at weeks 1 to 3, but there was no significant difference by weeks 8 to 12, and we graded this as low certainty. It's unclear if this reflects a lack of efficacy or if this could be due to the natural course of cluster headaches, which is characterized by spontaneous remission of attacks. And we did not identify any RCTs for acute cluster headache treatment. Next slide. Oh, next slide, please. Right, thank you. I'll just briefly touch on a few limitations of the evidence and then of the report. So the evidence is limited by the fact that all of the studies were industry funded and some included authors who were employees of the manufacturer. Many of the trials only had follow-up through 12 weeks, and nearly all required participants to complete an electronic diary in the run-in phase, and most excluded pregnant people and participants with any clinically meaningful psychiatric or medical condition. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the limitations of this review. As previously mentioned, we observed changes in the ways studies enroll participants with chronic or episodic migraine since we completed the previous version of this report in 2020. Early studies enrolled participants who were distinctly characterized as having either episodic or chronic migraine. And studies published more recently often included mixed populations with either episodic or chronic migraine. And some studies noted that they did this to make recruitment more feasible or to make study populations reflective of the patients who would be seen in headache clinics. And it may also be because there seems to be no meaningful difference in treatment effectiveness between the two groups. And as a result of this shift, it may be appropriate for future synthesis to combine these populations. And finally, we only included studies published in English, and we did not include data from press releases, conference abstracts, or trial registries. Next slide. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Sarah. That was remarkably comprehensive. Certainly met the criteria of the highest level of the DUR reports that are available to us. Questions from the committee at this time?
Dmitry Davidov here. Sarah, that's a wonderful report. I had a question about the trials that were included that you reviewed. And I may have missed this in the presentation, but so apologize for that. But in those trials, were there allowances for rescue treatments, specifically in the acute migraine treatment? Did they allow for rescue treatments with things like triptans and things like that, or not?
They did, and I don't know, it's detailed in the evidence tables in the full report. That was an item that we did capture for each of those studies if they were allowed, and some of them reported as an outcome the amount of use of rescue therapies. But I don't have exactly what they found at my fingertips, but it is in the full report.
Anybody else from the committee, any questions? We do have 3 stakeholders that we should hear from as well. Okay. Thank you, committee. I just had one question, Sarah. In terms of migraine prevention, was there anything you found between the sub-Q IV and the PO options that suggested,
Yeah, we didn't look at it by mode of administration.
And people don't like to do head-to-head trials. Is generally what we find. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a massive gap in this literature for sure.
Yeah. Trying to make the best of what's available, and there's a lot that you put together there. Well, let's move on and hear from Alita. I have 3 stakeholders on my sheet. Did we get any more signed up in the interim?
No, we didn't. But after these three stakeholders speak, we can see if anybody else wants to raise their hand.
Okay, thank you. Well, just to remind the stakeholders, we allow 3 minutes for you to represent your thoughts, and the clock will start once you go through some of the questions that we ask you to bring to the committee so that we know your context. So we'd like for you to introduce yourself and who you represent, whether it's a company or an organization. If you're a clinician, where do you practice, and do you see Medicaid patients in the state of Washington? If you're a patient or if you're representing a patient, please let us know if you're a state resident, and then of course, please disclose any conflicts of interest. That's a lot to get through and remember, so Lita has the reminder sheet on the screen there. We'd like to hear from Erin Nowak from AbbVie, and I believe, Ms. Nowak, you are representing 2 products for which the agenda has allotted you 5 minutes. Lita, we could change the clock to 5 minutes or reset it when it gets to 0, I guess. Erin, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hello, I am Erin Novak, PharmD with Medical Affairs at AbbVie, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. There are 2 products in this category I will be highlighting, Qulipta and Ubrelvy. First, I'll touch on atogepant with the trade name Qulipta. Atogepant is a calcitonin gene-related peptide or CGRP receptor antagonist, and it is indicated for the preventive treatment of episodic migraine in adults. The recommended dose is 10, 30, or 60 milligrams once daily, with dose modifications for drug interactions and special populations as listed in the prescribing information, which can be found at rxabbvie.com. Following oral administration, atogepant has peak plasma concentration at approximately 1 to 2 hours and a half-life of approximately 11 hours, affording the suitability for daily preventive dosing, as well as fast clearance of the drug in approximately 3 days if needed. Atogepant was evaluated in a 12-week phase 3 multi-center randomized double-blind placebo-controlled parallel group study, and the primary endpoint of change from baseline in mean monthly migraine days across 12 weeks compared to placebo was met with all 3 doses. Additionally, 55 to 60% of patients experienced at least a 50% reduction in migraine days across the 12-week treatment period, and the benefits of atogepant were evident as early as the first full day after administration. All 6 key secondary endpoints were met for the 30 and 60 milligram doses, including 3 patient-reported outcomes compared to placebo. These doses significantly improved function as it relates to social and work-related activities. Atogepant 30 and 60 milligrams significantly improved the AIM-D domain scores, which evaluates difficulty with performance of daily activities and physical impairment due to migraine. The most frequent adverse events reported in the phase 3 trial were constipation, nausea, and upper respiratory tract infection. None of these adverse events were considered serious. All reported cases of nausea and most cases of constipation were mild or moderate in severity. And discontinuation rates due to adverse events for nausea, constipation, and fatigue were 0.5%, and no Hy's Law cases were identified. Also, there are no contraindications, warnings, or precautions for atogepant in prescribing information. And next, I will discuss ubrelvy with the trade name Ubrelvy, a CGRP receptor antagonist indicated for the acute treatment of migraine with or without aura in adults. And migraine is a complex chronic disease with patients exhibiting inter and intravariability. Therefore, having multiple dosing options is important for the individualization of migraine treatment. Poor acute treatment management increases the chance that migraine disease may progress to chronic migraine. Therefore, it's important to treat patients with a migraine-specific product, such as ubrelvy, which is not associated with medication overuse headache. The recommended dose is 50 or 100 milligrams, with dose modifications depending on drug interactions and special populations as listed in the prescribing information, which can be found at rxabbvie.com. Migraine patients with a non-responding or recurrent migraine headache can take a second dose 2 hours post-initial dose. Following oral administration, ubrelvy has a peak plasma concentration at approximately 1.5 hours and a half-life of approximately 5 to 7 hours. Ubrelvy was evaluated in 2 12-week phase 3 multi-center randomized double-blind placebo-controlled parallel group studies, and the co-primary efficacy endpoints of pain freedom at 2 hours post-dose and freedom from most bothersome symptom at 2 hours post-dose compared to placebo were met for both the 50 and 100 milligram doses. The most frequent adverse events reported in the phase 3 trials were nausea, somnolence, and dry mouth, none of which were considered serious. In a long-term study, 2.5% of patients were withdrawn from ubrogepant because of an adverse reaction, the most common being nausea, and no cases of Hy's law were identified. Ubrogepant has one contraindication related to concomitant use with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors, and ubrogepant has no warnings or precautions in the prescribing information. And I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions from the committee for Erin Nowak from AbbVie? Okay, hearing none, thank you for your comments, Erin. We'll move on to Rochelle Yang with Teva, and please introduce yourself and disclose the items that Lita has on the sheet displayed, and then we'll start your 3 minutes. Thank you. Is Rochelle Yang with us? Rochelle, I think yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh.
There's a
Rochelle, we got some feedback from you.
Rochelle, if it's okay with you, it sounds like you're trying to work that audio situation, so we'll move on to Carrie Johnson and we'll make sure to come back. Next we have Carrie Johnson from Amgen.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you great.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Sorry. Yeah, I'm Carrie Johnson. I'm a pharmacist with Amgen Medical Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Aimovig, or Renyumab. Aimovig is the first and only CGRP monoclonal antibody that targets the CGRP receptor, and the only self-administered monoclonal antibody that comes in 2 dosing options, which allows for customized treatment for patients with episodic or chronic migraine. Aimovig has an established safety and tolerability profile. The most common adverse reactions in clinical studies were injection site reactions and constipation. Please see the full prescribing information at amgen.com for complete product information. I'd like to provide 3 reminders about Aimovig. Aimovig has a unique mechanism of action as the only CGRP monoclonal antibody that targets the receptor. 2, as noted in the review, Aimovig has published data comparing it to topiramate in the first randomized double-blind head-to-head study that compares an antibody targeting the CGRP pathway to an oral prophylactic migraine treatment, topiramate. In this trial, Aimovig demonstrated superior tolerability and efficacy against topiramate, with 55.4% of patients in the Aimovig group achieving a reduction in monthly migraine days of at least 50% from baseline, compared with 31.2% in the topiramate group. Discontinuation was 10.6% with Aimovig versus 38.9% with topiramate. Safety findings in this study were consistent with those seen in previous Aimovig clinical trials. Thirdly, for episodic migraine, Aimovig is the only CGRP therapy with 5-year clinical trial open label extension data. Results from this study showed no new safety signals or increased incidence of adverse events or serious adverse events over 5 years of exposure compared to the pooled double-blind treatment group data. In addition, 71% of the 214 trial participants that completed the study had a 50% more reduction in their baseline mean monthly migraine days. The mean reduction in monthly migraine days was 5.3 days in a population that averaged 8.7 migraine days per month at baseline. Clinically relevant improvements in patient-reported outcomes were sustained throughout the trial as well. In conclusion, migraine pathophysiology is multifactorial, complex, and heterogeneous. No 2 patients' migraine experiences or response to treatment is the same. Aimovig has a unique mechanism of action, published head-to-head data, and 5-year long-term data. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Any questions, committee, for Carrie Johnson from Amgen? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Carrie. And Rochelle, we'd love to circle back to you. Rochelle Yang from Teva.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you just great.
Perfect. Sorry about that. My name is Rochelle Yang, and I'm a pharmacist with Medical Affairs at Teva. So I wanted to thank you for the great comprehensive DUR review, so I'll try to keep this brief. But just as a quick reminder, a JOV or firmenizumab is a monoclonal antibody which binds to the CGRP ligand and blocks its binding to the receptor. JOV is a self-administered subcutaneous CGRP inhibitor, and the only one of which that's approved for both monthly and quarterly dosing for the prevention of migraine. In addition to the phase 3 randomized controlled trials, HALO and FOCUS trials, there have been several different real-world evidence studies that have been published where JOV has been associated with sustained reduction in monthly migraine days by an average of 9 days from a baseline of 12.7 days at the 6-month mark post-therapy initiation. We've also seen high adherence and persistence, with one study showing 3/4 of patients in a claims review study were adherent to therapy based on the PDC of 80% or more. And it's also been associated with decreased claims for acute migraine medications such as opioids and triptans, and it has been found to be effective in migraine prevention for both patients, also with comorbid depression and anxiety, which are common comorbidities associated with migraine. So I'll note that there are important limitations with these retrospective observational studies, including the inability to prove causality. However, the real world evidence to date is consistent with what was seen in the phase 3 randomized controlled trials and provides an important addition to the large body of evidence supporting a JOV for migraine prevention. And we ask the committee to consider adding a JOV to the Apple Health PDL at your next decision time point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rochelle. Any questions, committee, for Rochelle Yang from Teva? Dimitri, I see you're coming on video. Does that mean you have a question? Okay. Thank you. Lita, are there any other stakeholders?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Great. Okay, committee, let's turn our attention to the motion, if you're able to pull that up, Lita. So question for you, Lita and Donna, just a point of order. Previously, we had accepted the literature scan. Sorry, I keep using the old DUR term, the surveillance review or report as adequate. Does the committee also need to accept the systematic review as adequate?
This is Lita. No, you do not.
Okay. So we know about that. Lita, would you mind just copying and pasting the below piece from October 19 up to the top, just to give the committee a place to start? And then I think we'll probably want to finesse the wording here based on the report that we've heard today. Another question I had for you, Donna, was, and this pertains to the overview process that you provided for us earlier this morning. You know, the previous motion had said that the committee wanted the CGRP inhibitor class to be second line on the PDL. But just to clarify, when we are voting on this motion, it's just within the class, right? We're not, or do we have the ability to talk about where the CGRP inhibitors go relative to other classes?
No, this is Donna, and I apologize. I probably missed that last year when we were reviewing this. We would not have you make any determinations of whether they're second or first line.
Okay. Lita is right in step with you, so she's taking those lines out. Let's see, and we didn't have that for the other class. Okay, good. Okay, committee. Well, let's see. I just had one other thought. I felt that based on the systematic review that we heard, that atogepant was reasonable to include in the migraine prophylaxis category. We didn't list it previously because it had not been reviewed in the literature scan or the systematic review that had been presented. But since that has been, and the level of evidence seems equal, equally limited, but equal nonetheless as to all the other drugs, I would propose that that be added so that we'd have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drugs on that motion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, where's one missing? I'm just thinking, Lita, of all the drugs that are listed for migraine prophylaxis. So we have erinumab, eptinizumab, fremonizumab, galcanezumab, atogepant, which we heard in the review, equally safe and efficacious. But committee members, feel free to jump in if you disagree. And then I think there was one other drug. Rimigepant was also listed under migraine prevention in the review. Any thoughts about that, committee, in terms of adding those drugs based on the systematic review that we heard today and the evidence on safety and efficaciousness?
This is Laura Bestie. I agree with that. I've done some research on my own too, and based on what the presentation was, I think that having those oral agents added is a good option for patients.
Thanks, Laura. Let's see, so then we'll turn our attention to the last sentence. So the committee had previously said that the 4 drugs that we knew about that had been presented to date could be subject to therapeutic interchange within this class. Does someone want to take a stab at reframing that sentence? I'm thinking we need to incorporate some of the newer drugs. So we had erinumab, eptinizumab, fremonizumab, and galcanezumab. Donna and Lita, could we simply say all the listed drugs in the motion for migraine prophylaxis are subject to therapeutic interchange rather than listing them all out?
Yes, that's what we do for other motions.
Perfect.
This is Kevin Flynn. Just as a point of order information for eptinizumab, since it's IV only, like, is it really interchangeable if a provider is writing a prescription? Like, that would be given differently, right?
Great question, Kevin. We look at it as a class, but let's turn this over to Donna. Does the committee, Donna, need to move into the level of breaking these down in terms of modality?
That's up to you. If you feel like you could interchange an oral for an injectable, then you could, or you could say that they're not interchangeable for that reason. And it would be, usually it would be by indication also. So oftentimes if some are indicated for prophylaxis and some are indicated for treatment, but not all are indicated for both, you may not want to interchange because the pharmacist may not know what it's being used for when they're filling the prescription. So, that's something to consider too with interchangeability is, do they all have the same indication?
I was just thinking from a logistical standpoint, like the IV drug would never be written as a prescription. You'd be sending them to like an infusion center. So
yeah. Okay.
For practicality, I mean, you're never really interchange it, right?
Right. So thanks, Kevin. This is Don again. Yeah, in that we typically don't apply the PDL to medically, physician administered drugs. On very rare occasions have we done that in the past. So thank you for reminding me about the so that wouldn't be an issue because you're not seeing it at the point of sale. A pharmacy's not dispensing it at the point of sale. Unless it was a specialty pharmacy dispensing it, kind of like a brown bag or white bagging, that would be the only situation where it could happen, but I think we could consider that, make that, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say here.
I think I'm following you, Donna, to address Kevin's concern. I mean, what if we were to add a statement or just tag on a phrase to the last sentence of that upper motion? You know, these drugs can be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington preferred drug list, comma, within respective modes of delivery and approved indications. I mean, that might get us into, you're only going to be able to move a sub-Q to a sub-Q or a PO to a PO, and again, within each approved indication, as you were indicating, Donna, because there are multiple indications in these drugs.
Right.
How do you feel? What do you think, Kevin? I think you brought up a good point there.
Yeah, I don't really see a concern with doing between the sub Q and the PO necessarily, but I mean, I guess we can declare them equal, but in practicality, you're never really going to interchange between a PO drug that's given at the pharmacy counter versus one that's given at a physician office.
This is Laura Bestie. I've got a little bit of concerns about like the sub-Q to PO because I think the data supporting the injectable medications was a lot better than the oral medications. So the oral medications had low to moderate efficacy compared to, it was pretty solid, moderate on all of the injectable medications. So I would be a little bit uncomfortable substituting an oral medication for one of the sub-Q injectable products. So I don't know that I would qualify them as being equally efficacious.
Yes, Laura, I'm with you. And what I'm thinking, what we're trying to do.
So I like that last statement you added there.
Okay, yeah, you get what we're saying.
I'm just supporting that statement. I agree 100% with your last line there.
Okay. Okay, so I think that top piece, let's leave that for a moment and turn our attention to the bottom piece. This is a little bit less complicated because there just were less drugs in the acute treatment bucket. I think it was just Rimegepant and Ubrogepant. Let's see. Lita, I think we do need to remove the second line agent piece to match the top. And they're both orals. And for the sake of the procedure here, the committee does need to make a statement about therapeutic interchange. And so that is there. Okay. Zavegepant is, from what I heard from you, Sarah, too new, and we just don't have the body of evidence in the review to do anything about that. And so by not indicating it in the motion, otherwise, that drug is not being folded in. And correct me if I'm wrong, Donna, that drug cannot be eligible for preferred based on how it was presented in the review, or does the committee need to specifically call that out in the motion?
So I'm sorry, which drug again?
Zavegepant, that was the new one that had very limited evidence.
Right. So if there wasn't if there was evidence, was it included in any of the trials that were reviewed? I apologize. I must have missed that.
Sarah, would you like to jump in real quick? Because you did a great job summarizing the limitations on that drug.
I think Sarah may have left.
Okay. Ryan, did you is this one considered included when you were looking at the report? Was there any evidence, like any placebo-controlled trials with it?
Yeah, I was going to be pulling up the report.
Okay.
So I might just take a sec. I'm on the DURP website right now.
Actually, I don't even know if it's approved yet, guys. Is
I
it
don't think
FDA
so.
approved?
Oh, if it's not on the market, then it's not included, and then we would not include it in the class.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's not approved as of today either.
Okay, and the committee does not need to call that out in the motion?
No,
Okay.
no, you do not.
Okay, committee, so we have the cleaned up motion. We've worked through this. Any other comments or questions or alterations that are recommended? And if not, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion in a second. While the committee is reviewing it one more time, Lita, could we change, this is a little hard, the column where it says reiteration, we're not quite reiterating the prior motion, but it does apply to the October 19 row.
In October, you did reiterate the motion. For today, I put not applicable.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And this is right. Yeah. So back then, because it was a surveillance document, you can't add new drugs, and the level of evidence doesn't really go into the detail of the safety and efficacy. So that's usually why we have the reiteration for prior motion for surveillance reviews, but not for updated reports or new reports.
Okay, thank you. So this is a new decision committee, and give you all another minute to review some of the changes we made and thinking about the body of evidence that Sarah presented, and we'll entertain a motion.
And this is Ryan, just to update. So there was only one RCT for the unapproved medication, and there are 2 ongoing studies. So in the future, we may be reviewing this class and including a fuller body of evidence for it.
Thanks, Ryan.
This is John McKay. I move that after considering the evidence of safety and efficacy for the treatment of migraine prophylaxis, I move that atogepant, atuzumab, erunumab, firminuzumab, galcanezumab, and repaginant are safe and efficacious for the treatment of their approved indications. These drugs can be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington Preferred Drug List within respective modes of delivery and approved indications. After considering the evidence of safety and efficacy for the treatment of acute migraine, I move that repaginant and ubrogepant are safe and efficacious for the treatment of their approved indications. Repaginant and ubrogepant can be subject to therapeutic interchange with each other in the Washington Preferred Drug List.
Thank you, John.
Michael
Great.
Chrysalis.
Michael Chrysalis seconds. Yes, and I was just congratulating John on getting through those names. How do these drug companies come up with these names? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, committee. We are a little bit over time, and I think that just speaks to the complexity of that particular class and the due diligence that the committee has put in. Lita, what would you like to do with our next steps on the agenda here?
Let's take a 10-minute break. So we'll just round it to 11:30. Come back and start with the DUR.
Sounds great. See everybody at 11:30.
I apologize. I now see I had the wrong time on my break sign. Resuming at 11:30, not 10:30. Alex, Alex, are you back?
Okay, committee, it's 11:30 and hopefully everybody's back from a well-deserved break. And I think with the CGR report work that we did, that concluded the business of the P&T committee. So we'll go ahead and convene the DUR board. And we have quite a number of topics to go over today. So Umang, I'm going to ask you to say only every other word of what you plan to say. No, I'm kidding. But let's get started, Umang, and I'll hand it over to you. We'll start with antibiotics.
Perfect. And while Marissa's pulling up the slides, I just want to remind the committee, for the members who've been here before and for the new members, just a little bit of a summary on how I present. Usually, as Donna mentioned at the very beginning of this meeting, I tend to provide kind of a high-level overview of significant clinical updates within the last 12 to 13-ish months. If there is a class that did not have a specific, any significant clinical updates, I hand it right back to Dr. Park. Significant clinical updates can be new drugs, expanded formulations, indications, guideline updates, safety, FDA communications, etc. So we'll go ahead, moving right to slide 3. And we have 2 topics here. We have antibiotics and respiratory agents. These are kind of lumped together because, as you can imagine, they go hand in hand clinically. The first, in the antibiotics, we have aminoglycosides and monobactams inhaled. And we also have the respiratory agents for cystic fibrosis. So moving right along, a little bit of background for cystic fibrosis.
This is Marissa. Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you. I just wanted to let the DUR board know that the way that Magellan has it, like Umang said, they lump these products together in their market basket. But the way that we have them on our PDL, we do split them up. So at the very end, for the motions, yeah, you guys will be doing 2 different motions. So one for the antibiotics, and then the inhaled classes, and then the cystic fibrosis agents. So just wanted to give that disclaimer. And I will move your next slide, Umang.
Thanks, Marissa. Yeah, so these will be lumped together because they kind of fall into one clinical category here. There is clinical update for the cystic fibrosis subsection, not any for the inhaled antibiotics. So moving right along to a little bit of background. So cystic fibrosis is a serious autosomal recessive multi-organ disorder. Affects about 31,000 children and adults in the US and is the most common fatal genetic disease in Caucasians. The median survival in patients is 50 years, with 80% of patients reaching adulthood. Children are anticipated to live to approximately 40 years of age with current treatments. And in 2020, adults comprised approximately 57% of the cystic fibrosis population, while in 1990, they comprised about 32%. Mutations lead to the disease of the exocrine gland function, resulting in the formation of a thick mucus that builds up in the lungs, digestive tract, and other parts of the body. The CFTR, or the cystic fibrosis transmembrane conductase regulator, functions as a chloride channel. Mutations mutations in this result in abnormalities of chloride transport across the epithelial cells in the mucosal surfaces. And the goal for cystic fibrosis in terms of treatment are threefold. First, to maintain lung function by controlling infection and clearing mucus. Second, to maintain appropriate growth by providing nutritional support. And third, managing disease complications. On the next slide here, in terms of guidelines, the goals of cystic fibrosis, as I mentioned, include maintaining lung function, appropriate growth, and managing disease complications. CFTR modulators, which are also called potentiators or correctors, are the newest class of medications available for the disease and improve chloride ion transport abnormalities. Now, just a reminder for the committee, if the guidelines are roughly a year old or older, I tend to not review them or put them in the appendix, or they can be found in the TCR for the committee. I kept the cystic fibrosis here because they're very summarized, although they are almost roughly 10 years old. I won't be going over them, but they're just here for your reference. And moving on to the next slide, we have an updated information for a medication. Again, bolding, sometimes there's a lot of information for drug-specific topics. I try to bold the relevant updates. So if you see bolded, that's regarding the recent update. So for Orkambi, in September of last year, the FDA approved an expanded indication for the treatment of cystic fibrosis in patients 1 year of age or older who are homozygous for the F508del mutation in the CFTR gene, and previously indicated for patients 2 years of age or older. So an expanded indication here. And with an expanded indication, you do get possibly dosing depending on it. And so for pediatric patients 1 to 2 years of age, patients 7 to less than 9 kilograms is a 1 packet of the lumacaftor. Again, Orkambi is a combination of lumacaftor and ivacaftor. So it's 1 packet of the 75-94 milligram granules. 9 to less than 14 kilograms is 1 packet of the 125 milligram granules. And if they're over 14 kilograms, it's 1 packet of the 150-188 milligram granules here. And I'll pause here. If you want to go to the next slide, I'll pause here as that is the end of the cystic fibrosis subsection. And I'll hand it off to Dr. Park.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions for Umang from the committee? Okay. I believe we have one stakeholder relative to the cystic fibrosis section. Before that, I see that Marissa has pulled up something for us to look at on the screen.
Yeah, this is Marissa. So this, for the newer DUR board members, this is a snapshot of the drugs that you are going to be making motions on today. So this is a snapshot of our AHPDL. It is over, I think, 400 classes. But as you can see, you're not reviewing all 400 today. So I'll just be going over the relevant ones today. So to start with our antibiotics, aminoglycosides inhaled, you can see that our preferred products in this class are Bethkis and Kitabis. And in our monobactams inhaled antibiotics class, we have Caystin. That's the only product in that class, and that is preferred. And then moving down, I apologize for the scrolling. Moving down to our respiratory agents, cystic fibrosis agents. The products that we have preferred in that class are Bronchitol and Pulmozyme. And then moving on to our cystic fibrosis CFTR potentiators class, we do have Caladeco, Orkambi, Symdeko, and Trikafta preferred in that class. So I can take any questions the DUR board might have about the PDL, but if not, Alex, you can go ahead and move on to any stakeholders.
Thank you, Marissa. That's really helpful. Okay, I have one stakeholder on my sheet, Carla Boulian Larson. And Lita will pull up the ask on your intro. And if you can state your name and who you represent, and we'll hear your comments.
Good morning. My name is Carla Boulian Larson, and I am with Medical Affairs at Vertex Pharmaceuticals. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public testimony on behalf of Vertex Cystic Fibrosis Transmembrane Conductance Regulator, or CFTR modulators. CFTR modulators are the only cystic fibrosis or CF medicines that work by targeting the underlying cause of CF, which is a defect in the CFTR protein. There are currently 4 CFTR modulators approved for the treatment of CF based on age and genotype. Trikafta, which is elexacaftor, tezacaftor, ivacaftor, and ivacaftor. Symdeko, which is tezacaftor, ivacaftor, and ivacaftor. Orkambi, which is lumacaftor, ivacaftor, and Kalydeco, which is ivacaftor. Of important consideration for the committee is that in September of 2022, the FDA approved expanded use of Orkambi to include children with CF ages 12 to less than 24 months who are homozygous for the F508del CFTR mutation. Orkambi was previously approved by the FDA for use in people with CF ages 2 years and older with 2 copies of the F508del mutation. Orkambi is the only FDA-approved CFTR modulator indicated for patients with CF age 1 year and older who are homozygous for the F508del CFTR mutation. This recent label expansion is supported by the results from a phase 3, 2-part open-label trial of Orkambi that enrolled children ages 1 to less than 2 years at screening who are homozygous for the F508del mutation. This is referred to as Trial 7 in the USPI. The full results from this study were published by Raymond et al. In the American Journal of Respiratory and Critical Care Medicine and demonstrate the safety, tolerability, and pharmacodynamics of Orkambi in this young patient population. Please refer to the full prescribing information for complete lists of warnings and precautions associated with each modulator, as well as additional safety data. We appreciate your continued support in covering CFTR modulators to label. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Carla. Committee, any questions for Carla from Vertex Pharmaceuticals? Okay, thank you. Anyone else we should be hearing from, Lita, before we move to the motions?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay, committee, so we're going to backtrack just a little bit. Umang presented several different sections here, but we have one motion for the aminoglycosides and monobactams, and we have one motion for the cystic fibrosis agents. So this will be the motion for the aminoglycosides and the monobactams. So if the committee could turn on your cameras and join us and look over the motion here. Remembering that we are making a recommendation as a DUR board as to whether all the agents are equally eligible to be considered for being preferred by the HCA, based on what Umang has updated us on. We'll entertain a motion.
This is Virginia Bucola, and I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 2 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Laura Bestie. I second the motion.
Thank you, Laura and Ginny. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, Lita, let's turn our attention to the CF agents motion. And there we have it, committee. We'll entertain a motion on this class as well.
This is Dmitry Davidov. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 4 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred product will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Kevin Flynn. I second that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you, committee.
Sorry, Alex, I missed who seconded the motion.
Oh, it was Kevin Flynn.
Okay. How do you spell your last name? I'm sorry.
It's okay. FLYNN.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Marissa. Okay, Umang, back to you for anticoagulants.
Perfect. This one's a quick one. So again, for the committee, if there are classes that didn't have significant clinical updates, we still address them, but we give it right. I'll pause there because I'll be giving it right back to Dr. Park since this class did not have any in the last year.
Thank you, Umang and Lita. I think no stakeholders on this class. So we'll go. Oh, and Marissa's going to show us the Apple Health PDL.
This is Marissa. I apologize for the scrolling today. So we are going through the anticoagulants factor 10A and thrombin inhibitors. So you can see in this drug class, we have generic dabigatran, brand name Eliquis, brand name, we have Pradaxa, and then we do have Xarelto tablets and the starter pack as our preferred products in this class. Non-preferred products are Savesa and then Xarelto suspension. And I welcome any questions.
Any questions for Marissa, committee? All right, thank you, Marissa. Okay, let's turn our attention to the motion here. So Umang has said that there is no updates on this from the last time that the committee approved this class as it stands. We'll entertain a motion.
This is Laura Bestie. I move that all products in the anticoagulants, factor 10A, and thrombin inhibitors, oral drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically acceptable indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Michael Corsillas. I second that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you, committee. Back to you, Umang, for anti-diabetics.
All righty, perfect. So this next class will be, we'll have anti-diabetics here. This will kind of encompass all the medications that you can probably think of: amylin analogs, SGLT2 inhibitors, DPP4 inhibitors and combos, GLP-1 agonists and combos as well. So just to give a little bit of background here.
Oh, sorry,
so diabetes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to let the DUR board know, Magellan, this is another example of the splitting of the classes is a little bit different. So as the DUR board, you guys will be making one motion for pretty much all of the anti-diabetic products, including the insulins. Umang will be doing a separate presentation with these products and then also insulin. So after this particular presentation, Umang, if you want to just jump next to the insulin, and then at the end, we'll do the motion and the stakeholders for all encompassing anti-diabetic products.
Sounds great. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Perfect. So moving right into a little bit of background. So it is estimated that over 34 million Americans have diabetes, of which about 90 to 95% have type 2 diabetes. It is responsible for increased morbidity and mortality. Adequate glycemic control is crucial to minimize chronic microvascular and macrovascular complications. Exogenous insulin supplements deficient levels of endogenous insulin and temporarily restores the ability of the body to properly utilize carbs, fats, and proteins. Multiple insulin products are available and are used as replacement therapy in the management of both type 1 and type 2 diabetes when glycemic goals are not met with oral anti-diabetic agents. In addition to exogenous insulin, there are several pathways by which blood glucose may be regulated in diabetic patients. The SGLT2 inhibitor reduces the renal glucose reabsorption in the proximal convoluted tubules, leading to increased urinary glucose excretion as well, since we'll be going over that subclass. Moving right along, again, I have the guidelines that are roughly about 1-ish year old. Anything older than that can be found in the appendix or the TCRs. According to the American Gastroenterological Association, they estimate up to 70% of individuals with type 2 diabetes have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. They inform that GLP-1 agonists, SGLT2 inhibitors, and pioglitazone can improve the cardiometabolic profile and reverse steatosis in patients with diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. They recommend GLP-1 or pioglitazone in patients with indeterminate or high risk clinically significant liver fibrosis. SGLT2 inhibitors appear to provide benefit in patients with non-alcoholic steatohepatitis and associated comorbidities. And they also advise to prescribe GLP-1 agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors according to the ADA guidelines. Next, we have the ADA 2021 guidelines. As you can imagine, there are a lot of kind of updates. I bolded the more significant ones here. In patients using ambulatory glucose profiles, glucose management indicators to assess glycemia, a parallel goal is a time in range of greater than 70% with a time below range of less than 4% for A1C readings. During pregnancy, the ADA recommends a target A1C of 6 to 6.5% being reasonable, but can be adjusted based on hypoglycemia risk. More frequently, such as monthly A1C monitoring may be required. And regarding diabetes technology, an automated insulin delivery system should be considered in adults with type 1 who have skills to use the device in order to improve time in range and reduce A1C and hypoglycemia. And these systems may also be useful to improve glycemia in children. Regarding obesity management, they state that leucocerin should no longer be used as the FDA requested its market withdrawal. For pharmacologic type 2 therapy, ADA advises to interrupt SGLT2 inhibitor therapy before scheduled surgery to avoid diabetic ketoacidosis. And this aligns with label revisions for SGLT2 inhibitors. And for management of CVD in patients with type 2, they advise to consider an SGLT2 inhibitor in patients with heart failure with reduced ejection fraction to reduce risk of worsening heart failure and CV death. Moving onward to the AHA, the American Heart Association last year published a scientific statement on comprehensive management of CV risk factors for adults and type 2 with type 2 diabetes. In terms of drug therapy, weight loss medications are discussed as adjunct to diet, physical activity, and behavioral therapy for patients with BMI greater than 27. FDA-approved drugs for weight management with CV, safety, and A1C lowering power include orlistat, leucocerin, liraglutide, naltrexone, bupropion, sustained release combo, and phentermine topiramate combo. Although long-term CV event reduction has not been evaluated, notable CV risk reduction has been demonstrated for liraglutide at lower doses in patients with ASCVD or high CV risk. Additionally, once weekly semaglutide, 2.5 milligrams, has also shown weight loss and CV risk factor improvement. It is FDA approved for chronic weight management in adults with a BMI over 30 or BMI over 25 with comorbid conditions. The CV outcome trial data for newer anti-hyperglycemic agents is also reviewed, and selection of diabetic agents should be individualized based on the patient's risk and preference. And blood pressure management, lipid lowering therapies, and antithrombotic therapy were also addressed. Moving onward to the AHA and the ACC, the American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology last year, along with the Heart Failure Society of America, published guidelines for the management of heart failure that includes SGLT2 inhibitors as a new treatment strategy in heart failure. They recommend that SGLT2 inhibitors in patients with type 2 diabetes and heart failure for hyperglycemia management. In addition to recommending patients with type 2 diabetes and established CVD or at high risk, at high CV risk to prevent heart failure hospitalization. While the mechanism is not clearly understood, the heart failure benefit that SGLT2 inhibitors provide appears to be independent of glucose lowering. Notably, SGLT2 inhibitors are recommended to reduce hospitalization for heart failure and CV mortality in patients with symptomatic chronic heart failure, regardless of the presence of type 2 diabetes. All right, moving right along to drug-specific updates. So first being Jardiance of last year, February. The FDA expanded the indication to reduce the risk of CV death and hospitalization for heart failure in adults with heart failure. Previously, the indication was to reduce the risk of CV death plus hospitalization for heart failure in adults with heart failure and reduced ejection fraction. As you can see, it does have a list of other indications. No changes to anything regarding precautions, dosing, or formulation. And just to give a little bit of expanded, dose adjustments in special populations, there is no dose adjustment recommended in patients with hepatic impairment. And in terms of patients with renal impairment, higher incidence of adverse reactions were related to reduced renal function as well. Next, we have Ozempic. April of last year, the package insert was updated to add a third maintenance dose of Ozempic, 2 milligrams subcutaneously once weekly. Previously, the maximum recommended dosage was 1 milligram once weekly. However, now if additional glycemic control is needed after a patient's been on it for 4 weeks or greater on the 1 milligram dose, the dosage can be increased to 2 milligrams once weekly, and the updated maximum recommended dosage is 2 milligrams once weekly. Additionally, along with the new dosing regimen, the FDA approved a new strength, 8 milligram per 3 milliliter in a new single patient use pen that delivers 2 milligrams per injection. As you can see, no changes to indications or precautions, just the dosing, the maximum dosing as well, and the new 8 milligram formulation. Similarly to the previous slide, in terms of patients with special population, patients with hepatic impairment, there's no dosage, adjustment needed. And for patients with renal impairment, no dosage adjustment needed either. Next, we have Mounjaro. In May of last year, the FDA approved Mounjaro, which is a glucose-dependent insulinotropic polypeptide receptor and GLP-1 agonist indicated as an adjunct to diet and exercise to improve glycemic control in adults with type 2 diabetes. And limitations of use include that it has not been studied in patients with a history of pancreatitis, and it is not indicated for use in patients with type 1 diabetes. In terms of precautions, similar to a lot of other GLP-1s that you'll see, black box warning for thyroid C-cell tumors and contraindicated in patients with personal or family history of multiple endocrine neoplasia. Additionally, it has an acute gallbladder disease warning, and if cholelithiasis or cholecystitis are suspected, gallbladder studies are indicated. For dosing, recommended dosing is 2.5 milligrams subcutaneously once weekly, and after 4 weeks, we increase to 5 milligrams once weekly sub-Q. And if additional glycemic control is needed, to increase the dosage to 2.5 milligram increments after at least 4 weeks on the current dose, with a max dose of 15 milligrams sub-Q weekly. And as you can see, the formulations available are injections of 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15 milligrams per 0.5 milliliter in single dose pen. Additionally, for specialized population, no dosage adjustment is needed for patients with hepatic impairment or renal impairment. Next, for this subclass, we have Trulicity. 2 updates regarding Trulicity. November of last year, the FDA approved as an adjunct to diet and exercise to improve glycemic control in patients 10 years of age or older with type 2 diabetes. Previously, this was only for adults. In December of last year, the FDA is reporting potential intermittent periods of backorder for Trulicity due to increased demand for this drug. Delays in full shipments may occur until early of January 2023. Pens are still available. And so I'm sure, as you can see, the precautions are very similar to subclass. The dosing, the pediatric dosage that is now recommended for this expanded indication is the starting dose of 0.75 milligrams sub-Q once weekly. And no changes to formulations here. And similar to the other medications in this subclass, no dosage adjustment needed for patients with hepatic or renal impairment here. Okay, and now, as discussed with Marissa, we'll move right along through the insulin, since this will be one motion for the committee. Here we'll have, as you can see, the insulins in the Apple Health PDL are broken down by duration effect, so broken down intermediate, long, premixed, rapid, and short-acting insulin. And since the disease state was all covered, we'll go right into drug specifics. First, we have Resvoglar. In December 2021, the FDA approved the second biosimilar insulin product to Lantus. It's a long-acting human insulin indicated to improve glycemic control in adults and pediatric patients with type 1 diabetes and adults with type 2. Limitation of use is not recommended for treating diabetic ketoacidosis. As you can imagine, in regards to precautions, just like you would imagine insulin, hyperglycemia or hypoglycemia can happen with changes in insulin regimen, hypokalemia due to insulin's mechanism of action, and fluid retention and heart failure with concomitant use of TZDs, thiazolidine-diones. Dosing is individualized based on the patient, the blood glucose monitoring, glycemic control, and the formulation is 100 units per ml or U100, available as a 3 milliliter single patient used pre-fill pen. And then just some updates here to notify the committee. First, discontinuations. Insulin Lispro, Humalog mix 50/50. In July of last year, Eli Lilly decided to discontinue manufacturing Humalog mix 50/50 10 ml vials. They will be available until August of this year. And Humalog 50/50 will continue to be available in 3 milliliter pre-filled pens, or known as quick pens. In terms of recalls for Semglee, there were a few last year. First, in January of last year, Mylan voluntarily recalled one batch of its non-interchangeable Semglee, packaged in a label carton of 5 pens due to potential for the label to be missing some of the pre-filled pens with the labeled carton for this batch. Next, in April, Mylan issued a voluntary recall due to the potential for the label to be missing some vials. And in July of last year, Mylan voluntarily recalled one batch of unbranded insulin due to the potential for the label to be missing some pens as well. This was a wholesaler, retailer, and consumer level recall. No adverse events were reported. And lastly, for last year, we have, and I apologize for my pronunciation, Lymejev. So in October of last year, FDA approved an expanded indication to improve glycemic control in diabetes, and it was expanded to include pediatric patients. This may be administered as sub-Q, continuous sub-Q, or an IV infusion. No changes to precautions. As you can imagine, dosing is very individualized, and no changes to formulations here either. Just now, it can be used in pediatric patients as well. I will go ahead and pause there, and the hot potato back to Dr. Park.
Thank you, Umang. Marissa, do we have scrolling to watch?
This is Marissa. Unfortunately, yes, you do. So I can go ahead and hop into that next if you all are ready.
Go for it.
Alrighty. So I'm just going to go in the order that they are listed here on our Apple PDL. So for our first class, we will go through the amylin analogs. As you can see, Similin Pen 120 and 60 are the only products in this class, and they are both preferred. For our DPP4 inhibitor, SGLT2 inhibitor combinations, we do have no preferred products in this class because they are combinations. We usually try to steer them towards the individual ingredients. So that's why they are not preferred at this time. DPP4 inhibitor TZD combinations, you can see we have alogliptin, pioglitazone, or brand name Osteni. Same thing as well, non-preferred. And then looking at our DPP4 inhibitors, just the single ingredient products, we do have preferred in this class, Janumet, Janumet XR, Januvia, Genta Duetto, that and the XR, Combiglize XR, Onglyza, and Tradjenta. Those are all preferred in that class. Moving on to our GLP-1 agonist insulin combinations, we have Solaquan, Zultofi. They are both non-preferred and the only products in that class. And moving on to our GLP-1 agonist class, which is the single ingredients, our preferred products in this class are Byetta and Victoza. And moving into our insulin intermediate acting drug class, our preferred products in this class are Humulin N and Humulin QuickPen, Humulin N QuickPen. And then moving on to our long-acting insulins, this one's pretty big. We do have insulin glargine, which this one is a generic. We do have insulin glargine SoloStar. We have Levemir, the Levemir Flex Pen, Levemir Flex Touch preferred. And it looks like that is it at this time. And then moving into our premix, insulin premix class, we have different formulations of Humalog. So we have the 50-50, both the QuickPen and the vial, 75-25, vial and QuickPen, 70-30, vial and QuickPen. And then we have the generic kind of versions of those as well. And it looks like that's it preferred in that class. Oh, and Novolog makes 70-30. That is preferred as well. Moving on to our rapid acting insulins. In this class, we have Humalog. We do have the Junior QuickPen and the QuickPen. And then we have some generic insulin Lispro, Junior QuickPen and vials, and brand name Novolog. And it looks like those are the vials and some pens as well. And then short acting insulins. In this class, we do have Humulin R, different, I think, formulation, well, different kind of sizes, but overall Humulin R is our preferred product in that class. And then I think this is the last class of our anti-diabetics, the SGLT2 inhibitors. We do have Farxiga, Invocamet, Invokana, Jardiance, Synjardy, Trijardy XR, and Zigduo XR as our preferred products. I went through a lot, so I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Marissa. Any questions from the committee or from the DUR board? Could you scroll up back to the GLP-1 part again? Okay, so Byetta and then liraglutide are preferred, okay. And the Y on that column F, does that mean, let's see, what does that mean? Probably means PA.
Sorry, I was trying to get off mute, Dr. Park. This is Marissa. Yes, that means that there's a PA. So for our GLP-1s, we actually do have a clinical policy that we use, and it's posted online. In that policy, off the top of my head, we do require step-throughs in order to get the once-weekly formulations. So I believe we require a trial of metformin, SGLT2s, and then one of the preferred GLP-1s in order for someone to get a once-weekly GLP-1 agonist.
And does that take into account patient comorbidities? And I'll give you an example. Like, for instance, if somebody had cardiovascular disease, would that order in the PA change?
I believe, this is Marissa, we do separate it out by indication because some of the GLP-1s do have that cardiovascular indication. The step-throughs, I'm pulling it up right now. The step-through for the cardiovascular indication is different. So it does look like for the cardiovascular indication, we would just require a step-through a preferred SGLT2 and then liraglutide because it does have that cardiovascular indication. So those would be the step-throughs for that indication. And then the ones I mentioned previously are for type 2 diabetes only.
And that would be the metformin, SGLT2, and then the GLP-1.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions from Marissa at this time, I think we should hear from our stakeholders, and then the committee can deliberate, the board can deliberate, the DUR board can deliberate and entertain the motion. I have on my list Nicole Earhart from the UW Diabetes Institute.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? I guess now afternoon. How are you today? I'm Nicole Earhart, one of the adult endocrinologists at the University of Washington. And I've been practicing clinically, only seeing diabetes in Washington State for almost 3 years now, and have almost 15 years of experience as an endocrinologist. I see about 30% of my patients with Medicaid. And like I said, all I see is diabetes. I'm also representing 15 other endocrinologists at the University of Washington and advanced practitioners who also share my feelings about the GLP-1 class. So we're going to be talking to you a little bit about the need to open up the formulary, hopefully, for weekly GLP-1s. And, you know, right now, as just was highlighted, you have to utilize either Byetta or liraglutide, and each of those are daily injections. First, what we'll highlight is Byetta. It has to be timed to meals and 30 to 40 minutes before meals, and it's a twice-a-day dosing. It also does not have the cardiovascular indication, as was also brought up. So these daily GLP-1s are effective from a cardiovascular, and there are ongoing research looking at it from a renal perspective. But the weekly GLP-1s are not new, and the reason we prefer to use them because of the increased efficacy and weight loss potential of them. And so let's talk a little bit about that. So just as to use it as a comparison, I'm going to highlight semaglutide versus liraglutide. So, you know, the average A1C lowering in head-to-head studies, and this is the 1 milligram of semaglutide and 1.8 of liraglutide, is 1.1 versus 1.6. And, you know, it's not head-to-head, but with our 2 milligram dose of semaglutide, you can see over a 2% A1C lowering. So significant difference in efficacy. Similarly, with weight loss, you might see an average of 5 to 6 pounds with the liraglutide, and 10 to 12 pounds with the 1 milligram of semaglutide. And again, the weight loss potential with the 2 milligram of semaglutide is even greater. When we're talking about the weekly deglutide, the efficacy at the higher doses at our 4 milligram dose is equal to the weekly semaglutide. The weight loss potential is slightly less, and the ADA actually 2023 standards of care do actually sort of highlight that high dose deglutide and semaglutide for A1C efficacy, and then a weekly semaglutide for the weight loss potential. The other thing I want to highlight is barriers to taking weekly versus daily insulin. There has been real world studies that have sort of shown that you can see better outcomes with the daily injections. And then finally, because I'm running out of time, I want to highlight clinical scenario, right? In someone who's already on daily GLP-1, basal insulin, and metformin, you don't want to utilize a sodium glucose cotransporter because you're creating more pill burden for them. And so we would like to remove that indication that you need to try and fail or be on maximum dose of sodium glucose cotransporters in addition before you can try the weekly GLP-1. I'm sorry, I can't tell. I've run out of time. Should I stop now?
This is Marissa. Yes, your time has come up. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Dr. Earhart. And I'll just note for the committee, I believe a letter was included as part of the packet as another stakeholder input that I think relates to some of Dr. Earhart's. I think it's from your group, actually, Dr. Earhart. So just to confirm that the committee has seen and received that additional letter. Questions for Dr. Earhart from the committee? Okay, thank you. And Dr. Earhart, I'm so sorry, we forgot to ask, did you have any conflict of interest to report?
Thank you. Yes, I do. I do serve on the advisory board for Novo Nordisk, and I do serve on advisory board for Dexcom. I also have received investigator-initiated grants from Dexcom and educational grants from Novo Nordisk and from Merck.
Thank you. Who was the first organization?
Novo Nordisk. I serve
Oh.
on advisory council for them. Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hart. Okay, committee, let's, are there other stakeholders that have signed up, Lita?
I don't see any. If anybody else would like to speak, if you could raise your hand. Okay, we do have Sean Hansen.
Sean, please introduce yourself and let us know who you represent and if you have any comments to report, and we'll start your 3 minutes. Sean Hansen, are you with us?
It doesn't look like Sean is muted. Sean, do you have yourself muted?
Lita, do we have to do one of those ask to unmute deals in Zoom?
It's not on there. He's it looks like he's unmuted. Sean, if you want to put your comment in the Q&A if you're having audio issues.
Lita, can we provide the call-in info to, oh, I'm seeing somebody else. I saw Sean.
I'm sorry, that was me. I tried to undo Sean's and he just moved on the list there. Okay, he's gonna try to join a different.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
Oh, you can.
Great.
Third time's the charm. I clicked the unmute 3 times.
Third time
All
is
right,
the charm. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Great.
Let us know where you're from, and we'll hear your comments.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Hansen. I'm a pharmacist and a medical account director with Novo Nordisk. I'm here today to respectfully request that you consider adding Ozempic to the PDL as a preferred weekly option for patients with type 2 diabetes at high risk of cardiovascular events. Ozempic contains semaglutide, an injectable once-weekly GLP-1, approved for glycemic control and cardiovascular risk reduction in patients with type 2 diabetes. ASCVD is the leading cause of death in the US overall, and especially in patients with type 2 diabetes. According to the AHA, adults with type 2 diabetes have a 2 to 4-fold higher risk for cardiovascular morbidity and mortality than adults without diabetes, accounting for the vast majority of disease burden, including approximately 50% of deaths and over 50% of the lifetime medical costs of diabetes complications. The FDA decision to approve Ozempic for cardiovascular protection in January of 2020 was based on the combined data sets from the SUSTAIN-6 and PIONEER-6 trials. SUSTAIN-6 demonstrated a 26% relative risk reduction in major adverse cardiac events with Ozempic, and PIONEER-6 demonstrated a 21% relative risk reduction in MACE events with Rybelsus, which is oral semaglutide. Patients in these trials were adults with type 2 diabetes at high risk for ASCVD events. In this context, high risk was defined as established ASCVD or age greater than or equal to 60 and at least one additional CV risk factor. In the overall SUSTAIN clinical trial program, a number of comparative trials, Ozempic 1 milligram lowered mean A1C by up to 1.9%, with up to 80% of patients achieving an A1C target of less than 7 and a mean weight loss of up to 14 pounds. All of these findings achieved statistical superiority in head-to-head trials against Bydureon, Trulicity, Januvia, Lantus, and Invokana. In terms of adverse events with Ozempic, they were mainly GI in nature and typically resolved within the first couple months of therapy in most patients, consistent with the overall GLP-1 class. Please check the label for more detailed safety information. In conclusion, I again ask that you consider the addition of Ozempic to the PDL based on its weekly administration and potency in the relevant outcomes of glycemic control, weight loss, and cardiovascular protection in appropriate patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions for Sean from the DOR board? Okay. Has anyone else raised their hand to speak, Lita?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay. Let's turn our attention to the motion committee. Keep saying committee, it's the DOR board now. Donna, I wanted, oh, go ahead, please.
This is Laura Bestie. So what is as the DUR board, what is our authorization to make a recommendation to add a once weekly agent?
I'll take a stab at that, Donna, and, but I'd love for you to back me up here. I think, so the DOR board, Donna did a great job earlier this morning on the process overview. Our role is to review the therapeutic class review that Umang has presented. And he does include those expert consensus-based guideline reports, ADA, AGA, et cetera, for us to consider. And then from that, the board is determining superiority, equivalency, efficacy, inferiority of the agents within the class. And we then make a recommendation as to whether all the agents in the class are safe and efficacious, or whether we feel that certain agents are not as safe or need to be highlighted as a potential for being placed on a higher rung based on higher efficacy in the data. And then that is encapsulated in the motion. And that then goes to HCA, which incorporates our recommendation along with the financial analysis that Magellan does and other data. And then the HCA has the final determination on what ends up on the PDL and in what format. Regarding the policy, I think Marissa presented the policy earlier. The policies do also come to this committee, and we can make recommendations on that. Donna, comments?
I mean, in the past you have, I always say as like the P&T committee, which I don't think would be unreasonable for the DUR board either, is recommend that we have different formulations on the PDL. So sometimes you've said, you know, we should have a pediatric, make sure that we have a formulation that's indicated in pediatrics, or we have a formulation for difficulty swallowing, or you know, topical, injectable, oral, so that like with the triptans, they had the committee wanted us to have like one of each preferred. So, you know, I think it's well within your purview to make that recommendation.
That answer your question, Laura? Okay.
Yes, it did.
You know, I'm thinking about your comment, Laura, and the data that Umang presented with the guidelines, and the ADA seems to be pretty clear on within the GLP class that certain drugs have benefit in the cardiovascular prevention world more than other drugs in that class. The three biggies being dulaglutide, liraglutide, and semaglutide. One of those, liraglutide, is currently preferred. I think Marissa showed us that. But as a board, we do have an option to highlight certain drugs if we wish.
So this is Laura Bestie. So my concern with not having a once weekly product would be is what was brought up by some of the other speakers, was that for patient compliance, especially, you improve patient outcomes if the patients are going to conform to compliance with the once weekly formulation versus a daily injection of the medication. So long term, your efficacy is going to improve because they're complying with their therapy.
I think there's a way to incorporate that, Laura, if you're suggesting that we make an addendum to or a modification to this motion as it stands. As Donna mentioned, we could make a recommendation to the HCA that certain delivery modes should be included, or we could make a recommendation that certain numbers of drugs or certain listed drugs that we list out should be considered more efficacious than others in the class based on the data and the benefit that's presented in the literature.
This is John McKay. I also like to mention that I'm wondering if Monjuro represents a unique drug class, given its kind of additional benefit, or if it should be lumped in with the traditional GLP-1s.
Marissa, Umang, I know that Magellan has a very specific way of categorizing drugs. Would you care to comment?
Yeah, Marissa. So when that drug came to market, and I think it came into market, I think Umang mentioned in May. We did take a look at, we did note the differences in the mechanism of action compared to GLP-1s. The reason why we did lump it in that particular class is because it shared essentially, at the time that it was approved, the same indications as a traditional GLP-1. So we felt that it would be best to lump it in that class. But of course, as more data comes out, as the product changes, the longer that it's on the market, we can definitely consider, moving it to a different class, creating it a class separate for it. But that's just kind of the rationale as to why it's lumped in there today.
This is Christy Weiland. I just want to reemphasize, Laura, to your point, is I think, the once weekly injections, I kind of get to see firsthand that adherence does improve for a lot of our patient population. And I think that would be a strong recommendation from us.
Would either of you like to take a stab at amending the motion to reflect your suggestions?
This is Michael Corsellis. Before we add that, I agree with Christy and Laura too, that I think it's great to add that, but I think correct me if I'm wrong, the biggest limiting factors is typically the cost. Is that right? Because the research shows that we've probably seen that it works great clinically, preventing cardiovascular disease and diabetes, as well as weight. But is that true that we can make that recommendation? And I agree, I think we should. But the big limiting factor like the cost?
This is
Donna. Marissa, I'll take this one. So in that regard, yes, we do look at cost as part of our selection process. So to give us the most flexibility, it would be best for the board to direct us to pick a weekly injectable rather than naming one, and then we can go and look at the cost. Since we don't look at cost here, we can look to see if there's one that is less costly that still meets the criteria that we could make as preferred.
So this is Laura Bestie. So how do we include the wording on this? So do we include that the drug classes listed on 7 and 8 considered safe and efficacious for the medically preferred status, including one weekly. Does anyone have any suggestions on how to word that?
I would add a sentence maybe after eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at discretion of HDA period. I would insert a sentence that says 1 weekly injectable. And I don't think it's every class. I think this is encompassing multiple classes. So is there a particular drug class that has the weekly injectable that we're referring to? And
I think it's for GLP-1.
okay.
GLP-1 agonist class, so I can split that out and create a new motion for that class specifically.
Or I think you could say in this, just add a sentence that says 1 GLP agonist weekly injectable or something like that should be preferred.
Okay, just for everybody's reference, this is Marissa. At our last meeting for the anticonvulsants, we did include a sentence at the very end that said, I recommend that a FDA-approved intranasal benzodiazepine product be preferred on the Apple Health PDL. So if that suffices, I can just copy that, change it to GLP-1. If that
Thank you,
works.
Marissa. Yeah, thank you, Marissa. Let's give that a go and see if the board feels that it reflects what they'd like to represent.
This is Marissa. I wordsmithed it a little bit, so hopefully that fits the need, but I'm open to any other suggestions.
DUR board, what do you think? Does that capture the intent?
Yeah, as Michael Corsillas, I think it looks great.
Okay. Marissa, just pertaining to one of the other questions that had been brought up by the stakeholder regarding policy, you know, they had asked about thinking about the algorithm with the SGLT2s. I think that's out of scope with this motion, but a question relating to that would be, what is the cadence for bringing that policy to the DOR board?
So yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Park. So yeah, unfortunately at this meeting, you wouldn't be making really any policy changes to that clinical criteria. It's been a while, I will admit that we have presented clinical policies to these meetings, but because that would be a criteria change, we would probably bring it at another meeting. We are planning to bring back our clinical policies probably sometime in the summer, just because the process of that is pretty intricate as far as reviewing. So most likely, if we do bring anything back, you may see it sometime in the summertime is when we'll put that up for any review. I can't guarantee it, just kind of depending on the need for clinical policies, but that would probably be around a tentative timeline. And of course, any changes that we make to the PDL, if it happens, you know, anytime throughout the year, we do take our clinical policies into consideration. So, you know, any changes that need to be made that will reflect changes to the PDL, we do, you know, take a look at our policies and see if we need to change anything there as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, committee, we've done some good work on this motion as it stands. Let's all review it together, and if there are any additional comments or concerns, please raise them. And if not, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
This is Michael Corsillis. I want to make a motion. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slides 7 and 8 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only 1 product is preferred. I recommend that a once-weekly FDA-approved GLP-1 agonist product be preferred on the Apple Health PDL.
This is Dmitry Davidov, I second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you. I believe that brings us to lunch.
Yeah, this is Lita. Would it be okay to come back at 1 o'clock? So that'll give us 25 minutes, just since we're a little bit behind. That's okay?
I'm not hearing anybody opposed, Lita. I think that worked.
Okay, thank you so much. See you guys back at 1.
Thank you. Okay, committee. I'm sorry, I keep saying committee. Okay, DUR board. Hope everybody enjoyed a tasty lunch. Replenish some blood sugar there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 topics ahead of us to review. And Umang, if you're ready, I'll turn it over to you for anti-Parkinson's agents. Actually, maybe we won't do that. I'll give it another minute for everybody to get back from lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay.
Perfect.
Go ahead and
So
feel free to start. Ready.
Perfect. So for the next, excuse me, for the next class, we have our anti-Parkinson's agents, and this has 3 subclasses in here. As you can see, we have the adenosine receptor antagonists, the dopaminergics, and the MAOIs. And moving right into anti-Parkinson's. So Parkinson's is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder with cardinal motor features of tremor, bradykinesia, and rigidity. It affects approximately 1% of individuals older than 60 years, and the incidence increases significantly with age. The term Parkinsonism describes the motor syndrome of bradykinesia, rigidity, tremor, and balance and gait disturbances. Secondary Parkinsonism, which has a different etiology and pathology than Parkinson's, is the predominant clinical manifestation of a number of disorders, including brain tumors near the basal ganglia, cerebral atherosclerosis, head trauma, and progressive supranuclear palsy. Secondary Parkinsonism can also be caused by toxins and drugs, especially antipsychotic agents. Despite advances in treatments over the years, there is no cure for Parkinson's disease. Symptomatic therapy can provide benefit for quite some time, but the continued, however slow progression of Parkinson's eventually results in significant disability. Patients may not require treatment in the early stages of Parkinson's if symptoms do not cause functional impairment. As the disease progresses, however, therapy becomes more complex, requiring dosage adjustments, incorporation of multiple medications, and the use of rescue treatments. On the next slide here, RLS, I need to pause there for a second. Magellan Health categorizes RLS, restless leg syndrome, under Parkinson agents because some of the Parkinson medications provide indications for RLS. The RLS is a neurological sensory disorder in which patients experience irrepressible sensations in the legs or arms while sitting or lying still to cause them to move their arms or legs. Providers will need to rule out other movement disorders with similar symptoms to RLS, such as periodic limb movement disorders, antipsychotic drug adverse effects, and dyskinesis to correctly diagnose and treat these symptoms. Studies do suggest that RLS is associated with dopamine system and depletion of iron stores. Historically, it has been treated with opioids, benzos, anticonvulsants, iron replacement, and dopaminergic agents. Prior to 2000, levodopa was the dopaminergic agent most studied for RLS. Mirapex, Requip, Nupro are approved for an indication of RLS, and there has been increased focus on the use of dopamine agonists in the treatment of this disorder. Horizon is an FDA-approved medication for RLS. Next, you have guidelines. So AAN, the American Academy of Neurology, in 2021, updated the guidelines to state that treatment with levodopa provides superior benefit at reducing motor symptoms when compared to treatment with either dopamine agonists or MAOB inhibitors. While incidence is low, levodopa is more likely than other agents to cause dyskinesia in the first 5 years of therapy. Discontinue rates are lower with levodopa than dopamine agonists and MAOB inhibitors. Immediate release levodopa is preferred over controlled release levodopa or levodopa, carbidopa, and tacopone for early PD. And guidelines for the treatment initiation for Parkinson's disease is under development. Lastly, here we do have a new generic, apomorphine hydrochloride, in February of last year. It is the first new generic drug cartridge only of MDD's Pharma's Apoquin from Sage Chemical. The AND approval for this, the ANDA approval is for the drug cartridge only, and these are compatible with the Apoquin pen, brand name pen injector. I'll go ahead and pause there for passing it back to Dr. Park.
Thank you, Umang. Marissa, would you like to walk us through the PDL?
This is Marissa. Yes. So I tried to scroll ahead of time. So getting into our anti-Parkinson agents on our AHPDL, the first class is our adenosine receptor antagonists. The only product in that class right now is Norians, and that is preferred. Moving on to our dopaminergics drug class. Our preferred products in this class are generic amantadine. We have capsules and solution. I think this is the same. This is probably different, maybe strength. We have carbidopa individually. We have carbidopa, levodopa, and we have the ER and OD. Actually, just ER formulation is preferred as well. And pramipexole is preferred, and we have generic ropinirole tablets preferred in that class. And then our last class is our MAOI class, and in this class, our preferred products are the selegiline capsules and tablets. And I will welcome any questions from the board.
Any questions for Marissa? Okay, thank you, Marissa, for going over that. Lita, I don't believe we have any stakeholders for this one, is that right?
We do not have any registered. If anyone wants to speak, if you could raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, let's turn our attention to the motion. Now would be the time to ask any questions or make any recommendations for amending this motion. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion as it stands.
This is Virginia Bucola, and I'm ready to make the motion unless I'm cutting anybody off. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 10 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is John McKay, I second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you. Umang, back to you for sleep disorder agents.
Alrighty. Next one we'll have our sleep disorder agents. I can't remember. I don't believe I mentioned this to the newer committee members, but if you see these in these title slides, duplicate names, what this means is since Magellan's market basket, clinical market basket may be a little bit different than the Apple Health PDL. The top is sedative hypnotics, which is how Magellan categorizes it. The subsections here are how they can be found in the Apple Health PDL. So we have sleep disorder agents for selective melatonin receptor agonists, tricyclic agents, and non-benzos. So moving right along, insomnia is a complex symptom that comprises difficulties falling asleep, staying asleep, or non-refreshing sleep in combination with daytime dysfunctions or distress. The symptom complex can be an independent disorder, primary insomnia, or the result of another condition, secondary insomnia. It is divided into 3 types based on duration. Transient, which lasts up to 1 week and is often referred to as adjustment sleep disorder because it is caused most often by an acute situational stress such as test or deadline. It is often recurrent with the same or similar stresses. The second is short-term insomnia, by definition lasting 1 to 6 months, and is usually associated with more persistent stressful situations such as a death or illness, or environmental such as noise. And finally, chronic insomnia, lasting more than 6 months. With children, the incidence of insomnia ranges from 1 to 6%. In children with neurodevelopmental or psychiatric comorbidities, the incidence can be as high as 50 to 75%. And insomnia in children may result in irritability, restlessness, lack of concentration, suicide risk, and poor memory. On the next slide here, we have drug-specific update for QVIVIQ. In January of last year, the FDA approved QVIVIQ, which is an orexin receptor antagonist, indicated for the treatment of adult patients with insomnia characterized by difficulties with sleep onset and or sleep maintenance. In terms of limitations, there can be CNS depressant effects and daytime impairment. As you can imagine, this is to help one sleep. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic, hypnopompic hallucinations, and cataplexy-like symptoms, complex sleep behaviors, and compromised respiratory function. In terms of dosage, the recommended dosage is 25 to 50 milligrams once per night, taken orally within 30 minutes before going to bed, with at least 7 hours remaining prior to planned awakening. And the availability are 25 to 50 milligram tablets. Really quickly, in terms of special population, patients who have hepatic impairment, it is not recommended in patients with severe hepatic impairment, and there is a dose adjustment for moderate. For pregnancy, there is no available data for the effects of QVIVIQ on patients who were pregnant. And lastly, here we have discontinuations. In June of last year, at U Biopharma stated they will be discontinuing Zolpamist 5 milligram oral spray. It is anticipated to be available until the end of last year, and there are no generics available. And I'll go ahead and pause there for the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions from the DUR board for Umang? All right. Marissa, would you like to walk us through the preferred list?
This is Marissa. Yep. So I will go through our sleep disorder agents. So going through first, we have our non-benzodiazepine drug class, and our preferred product in this class is generic Zolpidem. We have both the regular and the ER tablets preferred. Moving on to our selective melatonin receptor agonist drug class, our preferred product in this class is Ramelteon. And then moving to our tricyclic agents, we do not have any preferred products in this class, but it is comprised of Balsamra, Dayvigo, generic Doxepin, QVIVIQ, the new product that Umang had mentioned, and Silanor. And I can welcome any questions from the board.
Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Marissa. Lita, has anyone raised their hand to speak on this one?
No, I don't see any hands raised.
All right, let's turn our attention to the motion then. All right, everyone, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion on this.
Alex, this is Virginia. I think I do have a question. Maybe Marissa already said it. I'm wondering, Marissa, can you go back to preferred agents and really, was it only Zolpidem and Zolpidem ER that are preferred? And there's no preferred selective melatonin receptor agonist, is that correct?
This is Marissa. So yeah, in the non-benzodiazepine, Zolpidem is the only preferred product. And then in the selective melatonin receptor agonist, we only have Ramelteon preferred. The only drug class that doesn't have a preferred product is the tricyclic agents.
Okay. I'm just thinking out loud here, and maybe other prescribers of selective melatonin receptor agonists or providers who might prefer to try to use those, but it seems to be that I have trouble getting even Ramelteon approved. So that might be just situational. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I don't know if it would be if it would benefit us to, can we put in language that at least one selective melatonin receptor agonist and one non-benzodiazepine need to be preferred, or am I just stating what's already policy?
I think I see what you're asking, Ginny.
Insane.
So I think there is at least one of the non-benzodiazepine and the selective melatonin receptor agonist class that are preferred. But hearing the challenges you're facing, I'm wondering if it's because they're on PA.
That's what I'm wondering too. It feels like there's a piece that I'm missing in my understanding in terms of my practice. My assumption had been that none of these were preferred, and that's why I, usually prescribe it or try to get Ramelteon through, but haven't had luck. And again, right, making big generalizations around, what specific, most of the people I care for are Medicare or Medicaid. What specific plan were they covered by? Right, I couldn't say. So I think I'll let it go. I think I had my question has been answered by my rambling and by your responses. So thank you.
Do you want Marissa to go through what the PA works on? No, okay.
I don't think so. I think I just needed to process that out loud. And I think Marissa answered my question, just knowing that we have one of each that is preferred. I think I can let that go. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Sleep is important.
I actually have, this is Dmitry Davidov. I have a different question, which as I was looking at this while we were talking about it, kind of brought up. And I'm just wondering why, so why the orexin receptor antagonists are in the same category with the tricyclic antidepressant. And because my kind of, I guess, and belying a little bit of my sort of perhaps I have some lack of understanding mechanistically here, but it seems to me that they don't have the same mechanisms of action, and certainly they don't necessarily all have the same side effect profile, and so just kind of wondering why they're lumped in together like that.
This is Marissa. If I'm understanding it, it's really the QVivic and these products in the tricyclic is what you were wondering?
Well, right. So that that doxepin is in the same category with the orexin receptor antagonist, but they are all considered to be tricyclic agents. But my understanding is they're actually only doxepin is the tricyclic antidepressant. And there are different, again, they have different side effect profiles, different mechanism. And so, I mean, it seems like that should be its own, that, and I mean, frankly, as I'm sure certainly Virginia would concur, and probably some others, that we certainly clinically have seen other tricyclic antidepressants being prescribed low dose for the same purpose as well, that aren't reflected in this list. So I'm just wanting for just a point of clarity, I guess, in making sure that this is as clear as it should be.
Yeah, this is Marissa. So just to kind of get into how we also name some of our AHPDL drug classes, is we do, we have a drug reference, I don't think it's a table, but a big drug reference kind of resource that we use that automatically, when it comes into our system, kind of already assigns itself based off of a unique number to drug classes or kind of drug categories. So at the time that QUVIVIQ came out, that drug was classified under the sleep disorders tricyclic agents. So we felt that just to kind of reduce the amount of splitting out of classes, we put it in the same class as the other sleep disorder tricyclic agents, just based off of kind of numbering convention. And then also we do try to take a look at the mechanism of action. Sometimes if the mechanism of action is really very truly different, that's really obvious, we will split it out. But sometimes, with a lot of these newer drug products that come out, the mechanism of action for some of these products is really unknown. So it's kind of a potpourri, if you will, sometimes of where do you put this class. So we err more on the side of putting it in similar drug classes at the time that they come approved. But earlier, like I kind of alluded to before, with more emerging data and more indications that maybe that drug might come out with, we definitely do consider if it's better to split that drug out from that class the later on as it goes over time. So hopefully that's helpful.
And Marissa, this is Donna. We could potentially consider changing the name of the class as well, so that it doesn't miscategorize something as a tricyclic, or revisit, the breakdown of these particular classes, I think.
It's an interesting point. I mean, we could actually take all of those and just dump them under non-benzodiazepine. But then, they are kind of most of those in that tricyclic class outside of doxepin and Silenor really do fall into a different specific mode of action, as Dimitri was pointing out. So it sounds like Marissa and Donna, you guys are saying that's something that can be looked at and notes have been made, and that's that.
Marissa. Yeah, I can take that back as a point. And then for AHPDL improvement, we can consider, like Donna said, renaming the class, or splitting out products where appropriate if we need to. And of course, if we do split those drug products out or rename them, they may appear in future DUR board meetings as a different name. So just wanted to give that disclaimer in the future that may happen.
Thank you. Have we as a board reviewed the class that Dimitri was referring to?
This is Marissa. So it is up for review right now. It's in the tricyclic agents right now. Are you talking about the orexin drug?
Yeah, have we specifically reviewed orexin receptor antagonists?
I don't think we actually have that drug class named. We don't have a drug class named that on our PDL. And off the top of my head, I don't know exactly where those drugs live. I'm assuming they might live here in the tricyclic, but I would have to take a look deeper, just because I'm not too familiar with them off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the question, this is Donna, a question might be to Umang, is how does Magellan classify these drugs, and are they included in one of their market baskets if they're newer to market drugs.
Hey, Donna, I'm looking that up right now as that
Okay.
question was being formulated.
You know, Umang, when you talked about QVIVIC, it came under, let's see, what did you put it under?
For us, it is under sedative hypnotics as well.
Yeah.
This is Marissa. Just to verify on the HCA side, it does look like, for the most part, with just a quick search, our orexin receptor antagonist class is our tricyclic agents.
Okay.
So that's where they live.
Okay. Umang, did you have another comment?
No, I just wanted to confirm that we have it under sedative hypnotics as well.
Okay. Well, thank you, Donna and Marissa, for taking Dimitri's comment down. And as that class evolves, it sounds like there's more and more orexin receptor antagonists coming out. That's something that can be looked at over time. Okay, if there's nothing else, then we'll turn our attention to the motion, which is on slide 13.
This is Marissa. Can you see my screen, Alex?
Yes, I can see it. It's
okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you for verifying.
Thank you. At least I can. If anybody else on the committee or the board is unable to, please let us know. But I'm on slide 13 with sleep disorder agents is what I'm seeing.
I'll make the motion. It's Michael Corsillis. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 12 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Laura Bestie. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you. Umang, turning it back to you for neuromuscular agents.
Umang, we can't hear you.
I double muted myself. I'm sorry about that. So next we have spinal muscular atrophy as defined by Magellan. For Apple Health PDL, we have it under spinal muscular atrophy, both gene therapy agents and antisense oligonucleotides. So going right into a little bit of background here. So spinal muscular atrophy is a rare debilitating neuromuscular disease characterized by motor neuron degeneration, muscle weakness, and atrophy. The disease mainly affects the motor neurons in the spinal cord. It is not believed to impact a person's capacity to think, learn, and build interpersonal relationships. It is the leading monogenic cause of infant mortality and is the second most common autosomal recessive inherited disorder, with an incidence ranging from 4 to 10 per 100,000 live births. It is more common in males and females, particularly with the early onset forms. Patients experience motor function decline with disease progression, and morbidity and mortality rates are inversely correlated with age of onset. Mortality due to SMA is most commonly related to respiratory infections and complications. Genetic testing is used to establish diagnosis in patients with suspected SMA based on symptoms, and universal newborn screening for SMA is part of the federal recommended uniform screening panel. Clinical classifications is typically based on an age of onset and maximum motor function achieved. As you can see here, the SMA type is broken down by type 0 through 4. And as I mentioned, it's based on age of symptom onset and highest motor function achieved. And therefore it is correlated with the respective life expectancy here. Moving along here, just specific drug updates. Evrysdi in June of last year received an expanded indication from the FDA to include patients less than 2 months of age for the treatment of SMA. No changes to any of the warnings, precautions in terms of dosage for patients less than 2 months of age, which now is part of the indications. The dosing is 0.15 mg per kg. No changes to the availability, which is an oral solution here. And that's it for this subclass, pretty quick. Go ahead and pause there for the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions from the board to Umang? Okay, hearing none. I do believe we have one stakeholder on the list for this class, or this group of classes. Linda Finch from Biogen. Oh, I'm so sorry. Skip Marissa. We're going to come back to you, Marissa.
This
Let's
is
go
Marissa.
through it.
No, that's fine. Pretty quick. So I will go through our spinal muscular atrophy drug classes. So the first one is our gene therapy agents. The only product that's really in this class is Zolgensma. And as you will see in column E, it does have a designation of X, so it's neither preferred or non-preferred on our Apple Health PDL. That's really because it is a carve-out medication, so carved out of our MCO's responsibility. But to align both the fee-for-service and MCO programs, we do include our carve-outs on our Apple Health PDL. So that's why you'll see that it is included. One thing to note about this particular product is that you probably wouldn't see it most likely come through a pharmacy point of sale claim. It comes through mostly as a medical claim. So that's why it's not subject to any preferred or non-preferred statuses on our PDL, just because the route of administration is mostly on a medical type of claim that you'll see. Next, we have the antisense oligonucleotides. I probably pronounced that incorrectly. The products that we have in this class are Evrysdi and Spinraza. Evrysdi is an oral product, so it does have preferred or non-preferred statuses. You will see that come through, most likely through pharmacy point of sale. And just in our experiences with Spinraza, we have seen claims for this particular product come through pharmacy claims as well. So that's why it is subject to preferred and non-preferred status on our PDL as well. Both classes, SMA drug classes, are carved out, like I mentioned, of MCO responsibility. So we do just include them to align fee-for-service and MCO. So I can welcome any questions you might have.
Marissa, this is John McKay. I'm just wondering, when was something decided to be carved out? Is it when it reaches a certain cost threshold, or what's the determinant for that?
This is Marissa. Yeah, so there's different criteria that we do use to determine whether or not a drug will be carved out. And Donna and Ryan T, feel free to jump in if I'm missing anything. But there is cost consideration. There is, new drugs to market that if there's other existing drugs that treat the same condition, then we'll typically carve out drugs that treat that share the same indication. If there's a disproportionate amount of patients amongst the MCOs that this would affect, then we would usually decide to carve it out. And I'm sure I'm probably missing something, but those are the main ones. Yeah.
So John, this is Donna. I can jump in there. So especially with the Zolgensma, Spinraza, and Evrysdi or Evrysdi for this particular class, you know, SMA is a rare disease and these are extremely expensive drugs. And so we carve them out because the managed care rates, if one plan, you know, pays for one of these medications, then it would inflate their capitated rate that we pay them on a per member per month basis artificially. So we would be overpaying some plans that don't have any utilization for these expensive drugs, and then potentially underpaying plans that have these patients in their enrollment. And that's one of the reasons with rare disease that are high cost, we carve them out. Other instances where we want to carve out is if we like a new drug comes to market that's extremely expensive. This was true with the hepatitis C drugs, and why they're carved out is that, you know, Sovaldi, when it came out, was moderately expensive. Obviously not as expensive as some of the newer drugs coming to market, but it had a large population that it impacted. And so because we set managed care rates on utilization from 2 years prior, there was no data to show what that financial impact might be. So if there's a moderately high cost drug that comes to market and there's a large population, we would consider carving it out. So one of those might be these new, you know, Alzheimer's drugs, where we have a large, you know, Medicare population that we treat, and these newer drugs are, you know, moderately expensive. And if there's a lot of utilization, it might impact the rate. So that's kind of the rationale for when we carve in and carve out, and why we carve in and carve out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna and John and Marissa for that discussion. And I remember our committee looked at the Spinraza policy, I think 2 years ago. Spent a good amount of time on that one. Okay, let's go ahead and hear from our stakeholder, Linda Finch from Biogen. Lita will put up the introduction questions that we'd love for you to share with us about, and then the clock will start for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Linda Finch. I'm a medical account director for Biogen. They are the manufacturer of nusinersen or Spinraza. And I think that would be my conflict of interest to report. And just want to state up front that Washington Medicaid does have an excellent policy for treating SMA, and it does reflect the severity as well as the complexity of treating this very devastating disease. What I want to talk about today is that there are still patients that could benefit from treatment that are being excluded by Washington's policy. And these are patients that are dependent on permanent ventilation assistance. So the current policy allows treatment for these patients if they are ambulatory or can independently operate their wheelchair. But there are patients who could benefit from treatment that may not meet these criteria. One example would be an infant that's not yet ambulatory or able to operate a wheelchair, or an adult who doesn't have the ability to operate a wheelchair, but may be able to still feed themselves and operate a computer mouse. So in our pivotal study that was done in infantile onset SMA, infants that required permanent ventilation were excluded because one of our primary endpoints was time to permanent ventilation. And we defined that as tracheostomy or 16 or more hours of respiratory support for 21 or more days in the absence of acute reversible events, such as a respiratory infection. We didn't exclude those patients because we thought they wouldn't benefit from treatment, just because they'd already met that primary endpoint. Now, what happened is that during our trials, some patients did unfortunately become ventilator dependent, but we kept them on treatment. So we now have sham-controlled clinical trial data on nusinersen treatment of ventilator-dependent patients. And what we've seen is that these patients who required permanent ventilation still achieved motor milestones, meaning that they benefited from treatment. They achieved more motor milestones and exhibited higher motor function scores than those who were on sham treatment. And none of these patients declined on the Hammersmith Infant Neurological Exam, as you would normally expect in this severe form of SMA. 61% of these patients actually improved, and this is despite needing assistance from permanent ventilation. We also saw that 78% of the treated patients improved on the CHOP-INTEND score, whereas 82% of the sham-treated patients worsened. And they also required less time on ventilation and had a reduction in their serious respiratory events during the study. And we now have long-term data over 4 years from our extension study that demonstrated that nusinersen-treated patients that needed permanent ventilation during the trial had clinically meaningful improvements in motor function over time, despite needing permanent ventilator assistance. Real-world studies that have been published since the approval of nusinersen have reinforced that respiratory function can improve with nusinersen treatment, and some patients can significantly reduce their ventilation assistance need. So a study presented last year showed that 5 out of 11 studied patients that had type 1 SMA and were ventilator dependent children were able to wean off permanent ventilation after treatment with Spinraza. So even if a patient has significant weakness in their muscles that support respiration and require ventilation assistance, it's still worthwhile to provide treatment that supports survival, as well as other motor function, especially critical functions that allow them to maintain essential activities of daily living, such as the ability to communicate, eat, and drink. So please consider allowing all permanently ventilated patients to receive the benefits of treatment with nusinersen. Thank you very much for your time and your careful consideration of this policy.
Thank you, Linda. Questions for Linda from the committee? What was the name of the new trial you mentioned, Linda? Because I had just mentioned that this committee spent some time on that policy, and at that time we were looking at trials that had excluded ventilator-dependent patients.
So can you still hear me? Our trial that excluded the ventilator-dependent patients was our DUR trial. The new study that I just mentioned just came out of the University of Oklahoma, and it was a small series of case reports, essentially only 11 patients. So it wasn't a sham-controlled trial, really an observational trial.
I see. Thank you for answering that question. Other stakeholders, Lita?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, committee, let's turn our attention to the motion. Any questions or discussion about this class or the motion on slide 15? Feel free to speak up if you have concerns that you'd like to raise. Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion.
This is Dmitry Davidov. Move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 14 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Virginia Bucola, and I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you. Umang, we'll turn it back to you for bone density regulators.
Perfect. This one, Dr. Park, don't go off camera yet. This one's a quick one. There are no significant clinical updates for this class. So I'll pause there and pass it right back to you.
Thank you, Umang. And here's Marissa.
This is Marissa. So looking at our bone density regulators, we have the sclerostin inhibitors, but the only product we have in this class right now is Evenity, and that is non-preferred.
Okay. Questions for Marissa? Right, let's turn our attention to the emotion.
Hi, we have one stakeholder.
Oh, yes, apologies. We have Carrie Johnson from Amgen. Carrie, if you're with us, we welcome you to introduce yourself and share your comments.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oops. Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, I'm Carrie Johnson. I'm a pharmacist with Amgen Medical Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Evenity or romosozumab. Evenity was approved in 2019 and is indicated for the treatment of osteoporosis in postmenopausal women at high risk for fracture. Please see the full prescribing information at amgen.com for further details. The patient at very high risk for fracture needs rapid fracture risk reduction in the near term. A 2018 publication from Osteoporosis International described that in patients who suffered a recent hip or spine fracture, the majority of all their future fractures will happen within the first 1 to 2 years after that initial fracture. This underscores the need for immediate and aggressive treatment for these very high-risk patients. Evenity is unique as it is the only agent for the treatment of postmenopausal osteoporosis that has a dual mechanism of action. By inhibiting the activity of sclerostin, Evenity both increases bone formation and decreases bone resorption, resulting in a rapid increases in trabecular and cortical bone mass and improvements in bone structure and strength. Using the anabolic agent Evenity, both increasing bone formation and decreasing bone resorption first is optimal based on the pivotal registrational ARCH study and current guidelines. The 4,000 patient phase 3 registrational active controlled fracture study in postmenopausal patients with osteoporosis at high risk for fracture demonstrated that those who received Evenity for 12 months prior to switching to alendronate had significantly lower fracture rates than patients on alendronate throughout the study. Overall adverse events and serious adverse events were generally similar between treatment groups. In terms of published guidelines, the recently updated and published Endocrine Society guidelines for the pharmacologic management of osteoporosis in postmenopausal women consider Evenity as first-line therapy in patients with multiple vertebral fractures or hip fracture and BMD in the osteoporotic range. The recently published update to the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists and American College of Endocrinology now includes Evenity and recommends its use for patients unable to use oral therapy as initial therapy for patients at very high risk for fracture. Of note, in the phase 3 randomized open label international structure study, the study evaluating effect of romosozumab compared with teriparatide in postmenopausal women with osteoporosis, Evenity demonstrated statistically significant increase in hip bone mineral density and strength compared with teriparatide in postmenopausal women with osteoporosis transitioning from bisphosphonate treatment. The patient at high risk for fracture needs rapid fracture risk reduction in the near term. Using the anabolic agent Evenity, which both increases bone formation and decreases bone resorption first, is optimal based on the results described from the ARCH pivotal study, Evenity dual mechanism of action, and current recommendations by the Endocrine Society and the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists and American College of Endocrinology. I respectfully request that the committee consider including Evenity as an option for patients with postmenopausal osteoporosis at high risk for fracture. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Questions from the board for Carrie? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. Let's turn our attention to the motion if there are no other stakeholders, Lita.
There are no other stakeholders.
Actually, Marissa, I did have one question. Where do teriparatide and abaloparatide, I mean, I think of this drug as basically an anabolic agent. Are those other two drugs in a different class?
This is Marissa. Yes, they are in a different class. The name of the class escapes me, but yeah, they are in different class.
Okay. This one's sort of a unicorn in that class for the moment in terms of mechanism of action. Okay, let's entertain this motion, committee. Any thoughts or questions? And if not, we'll entertain a motion.
This is Laura Bestie. So I just have a question. So it's not preferred, but since there's nothing else in the class, you don't have to fill any other therapy, correct? Even though there's another anabolic product available, teriparatide.
This is Donna. There might be a prior authorization where we require them to try and fail a drug in a different class.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head what our policy is on this particular one, but there's no tried and failed within the class.
Because
but it could require step therapy through something else first.
Like a bisphosphonate or something prior
Right.
to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great question.
Okay, so this is Laura Bestie. I move that all products in the bone density regulators, sclerostin inhibitors drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathered in the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. Non-preferred products in this class may be considered medically necessary when the preferred agent is not indicated.
This is Christy Weiland. I second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, Umang, we're going to talk about antidepressants.
Perfect. So next we have Magellan classifies them antidepressants other, and this in the Apple Health PDL encompasses the GABA receptor modulator, the neuroactive steroid. So if you look at that, there's specifically one medication that has that mechanism of action, and that's Zulresso. We're going right to a little bit of background. Prevalence of 12-month and lifetime MDD is approximately 21 million American adults, or 8.4% of the US population. Women experience depression more often than men. In addition, the prevalence of depression in 2020 was estimated at about 4 million adolescents. With appropriate treatment, 70 to 80% of patients experiencing MDD achieve response. However, as many as 1/2 of all patients do not experience sufficient symptom improvement with initial treatment. Among patients who remit, residual symptoms are common and associated with impaired psychosocial functioning and increased relapse rates. Until recently, known differences among antidepressant drugs were generally limited to safety and tolerability issues. However, over the past handful of years, a number of studies have emerged to evaluate possible differences among antidepressant classes and their ability to resolve specific symptoms of depression. Each of the groups of drugs in this class has a potential role in the treatment of MDD, primarily as a result of their heterogeneous spectrums of activity. As with many psychotropic drugs, patients failing to respond to one type of antidepressant may respond to a switch to or augmentation with an antidepressant with another mechanism of action. So with Zulresso here, in June of last year, the FDA approved an expanded indication for the treatment of postpartum depression to include patients 15 years of age or older. Sorry, Marissa, next slide, please. As you can see, no changes in warnings or dosage or availability here. Just that expanded indication for postpartum. We'll go ahead and pause there. That is the end for that subsection, and I'll pass back to Dr. Park.
Thank you, Umang. Let's see, we do have one stakeholder in this. Well, I'll stop there. Any questions for Umang? Okay. And we have one stakeholder for this topic, which is Linda Finch from Biogen. I'm sorry, Marissa, I skipped you again. There's probably not that much on the list.
No, it's fine. No worries. It's pretty easy, so I'll go through this pretty quickly. So like Umang alluded to, Zulresso is the only product in that class. I believe this is a carve-out, similar to how I think the SMA agents are. That's why you do not see a status here. It's X, so it is, I believe, an IV product. So we would not see this product through a pharmacy point of sale claim. And in our experience, we have not seen it. So we have not subjected it to any preferred or non-preferred statuses at this time.
Questions for Marissa? Okay. All right, now we'll turn to Linda Finch from Biogen. Linda, please go ahead and introduce yourself and who you represent, and we'll hear your stakeholder comments.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was apparently still muted. I'm going to defer my comments, but I did want to add one more thing on the SMA category. I just wanted to make a clarification that Evrysdi is not an antisense oligonucleotide. So just was going to suggest renaming that category if you want to rename it as splice modifier, or you can look into how that drug works, but it is not an antisense oligonucleotide. So just wanted to provide that correction. And I will defer my rest of my time in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, committee, let's turn our attention to the motion. Now is the time to voice concerns or recommendations for modification of the motion. And if there are none, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
This is Virginia Bucola, and I'll make the motion. And I move that all products in the antidepressants, GABA receptor modulator, neuroactive steroid class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
I second. This is Dimitri Davidoff, I second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. And this next is our last topic, asthma and COPD agents. Back to you, Umang.
Wait right there, Dr. Park. This is not, there are no significant clinical updates to this class, so passing it right back.
Okay. Any stakeholders that have cropped up, Lita?
There's no stakeholders.
Okay. What do we have, Marissa?
This is Marissa. So our last drug class is our asthma COPD agents, leukotriene modifiers, and the preferred products in this class are different formulations of montelukast. So we have chewables, looks like there's some packets, some tablets, and then zarfalucast is also preferred in this class. And everything else is non-preferred, and I can take any questions.
Any questions for Marissa? Okay. Hearing none, let's turn our attention to the last motion of the day. Any concerns or questions about the motion? No? Okay. Then we'll entertain a motion to approve.
This is Kevin Flynn. So I move that all products in the asthma and COPD agents, leukotriene modifiers drug class, excuse me, are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Laura Bestie. I second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? And the motion passes. Lita and Donna, is there any other business for the DUR board before we adjourn?
I do not think so. Lita, was there anything else on the agenda?
No, that is it. Thank you guys so much for your conversation, and for our next meeting, why don't we take a 10-minute break before the executive session, just to give everyone a little time. But thank you all, and that's it for today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.